By the way, just like massive pull for initiative bedlam spoilers. All episodes 1 through 49, the whole fucking thing. Hello, YouTube. Long time no see. I don't remember when last time I posted a video. Actually, never mind. I just posted a video the other day, because I just did pull for initiative content. This is what this is. I have with me my wonderful friend Ray. Ray. If you want to say hi, you can.
Hello.
And literally this is just going to be two autisms talking about a special interest for an indeterminate amount of time.
We are shaking hands.
Yeah, it's just how it's going. Please enjoy this background I made for this occasion. Shout out to Riley or Shame Dumpster on Instagram, Tumblr, Ko-fi, probably other websites. I think Twitter, but I don't know if he ever uses Twitter. For specifically the art of leasing Cassandra, everything else I ripped from the internet. Or painted myself. And you could probably tell which of those is which. But yeah.
I don't know what you're talking about. I think you totally ripped the image of Stacy off of the internet.
I thought for a second you were going to accuse me of drawing the clip art, but no, yeah, I totally ripped these hyper-specific stick figures off of the internet. I just realized it looks like August is wearing a cowboy hat and not a pirate hat because I don't know what hats are. That's fine. He's allowed to be a cowboy.
Yeehaw.
He actually, I think canonically is from just outside of Heaven's Cradle. I say that like I didn't literally listen to the episode where Lee says that the other day. I know for a fact he's from just outside of Heaven's Cradle. Yeah, that's also kind of what started this. I started re-listening to Pull for Initiative.
He is cowboy coded.
He is cowboy coded. That's even fucking funnier because he's a sailor. Like, he's canonically, that's what he does. He's a sailor. He's still cowboy coded. It's fine. He can be both. He's bisexual. I don't think that... Actually, I was about to say I don't know if that's true, but it could be. We don't know. For all we know, almost everyone in America is bisexual. I did actually... Oh yeah, I meant to re-listen to my...
I mean...
What were you gonna say?
I was saying, according to Ben, the creator of PFI and TFR, he has said that, at least in a joking manner, everybody is
That's true.
queer unless stated otherwise.
And I don't think he's ever stated otherwise, so...
He has never
Oh yeah.
stated otherwise. That man is bisexual.
True.
August, I mean.
Yeah, I mean... He does canonically... Was it Riley who said that August sounds like a slut? I think it was. This is... Honestly... I know, yeah, because I'm pretty sure... I looked at, like, a past conversation on Spoiler Boys while I was looking for something else, and we mentioned him having, like, a slutty little chuckle or something like that. And I was like, we don't know, maybe he was out living that DILF life. Well, oh yeah, I also just realized we should explain, just in case there is someone new, Pull for Initiative, specifically the Bedlam season, is a tabletop RPG show by local internet user Benjaminits, where Ben and his partner Seth play, at this current point, Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition, live on stream, and then the audience gets to vote on polls to affect the story. And then we cry about the effects we've had on the story. Lest we forget ship or another ship.
I still have not forgiven him for ship or another ship. I have not forgiven him for that.
I don't think we're ever going to. I've forgiven Ben in the sense that it did.
He doesn't deserve forgiveness for doing that to us.
I am a forgiving heart. I'll forgive him, and no one. I'll do the one forgiving, and no one else can. No one else has to. It's fun. We've got me. I'm like, no, I understand. To be fair, I'm also the person who wrote All Is Fair in Love and War, so some crimes aren't forgivable. God,
You know what? You're right.
Yeah.
But
I actually... Oh, spoilers for Pull for Initiative. I should have said that at the top. I'm good at talk about all sorts of shit, I'm sure. If you haven't watched Pull for Initiative, go watch Pull for Initiative. It's good. And you'll eat it.
and none of it will be in order.
Oh yeah, no, for
It's
sure.
good.
We're gonna be bouncing
Watch
around
it.
the fucking timeline.
Oh, absolutely.
God, because now... I mean, honestly, there's a spoiler sitting right next to your head, because that's Lisa's second outfit. No, third outfit. So, like, the spoilers have been here
Imagine
from the
I'm
beginning.
pointing at it.
Yeah. Also, we meant talk about August, and he does not... I'm gonna have to put a fucking warning at the top of this video that's like, spoilers, almost immediately. We dive in and we start talking about late game shit. Although, man, it's been...
Spoilers be upon ye.
Yeah. It's been so wild to listen to the early episodes again. I love them, Your Honor.
Yeah.
I love them.
They're points at the it's them.
It's them.
I need to re-listen to all of it again.
It's honestly, it's been so wild, especially because, like, and this is part, I think, so part of it was because, I don't think I ever told YouTube this. I moved. I told Twitch, but I don't think I ever mentioned it on any, because I make YouTube videos like fucking twice a year, if that. But I moved, and I drove that whole move. And I was in the car by myself. Because the two friends who were helping move were driving the moving van, so I was in the car by myself. And so I was like, how do I make sure I don't get tired while I'm driving? And the answer is autism. So I put on the first episode of Pull for Initiative until I lost signal. And it's... man, Lisa's come so far. I love her. And I know, like, Seth mentioned, like...
I love her.
Yeah, I know Seth mentioned, when I posted my other video, that, like, their roleplay has improved so much. And I was like, fucking true. Like, I was already, like, I fucking loved their acting at the beginning of Pull for Initiative, but then, like, contrasting, like, Lisa and Cass's first meeting with the fucking proposal scene. You can't see me, I'm staring directly at the camera.
Yes. I'm nodding along so seriously.
Eating it. And especially because, like...
You can't see me, but that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, we're eating it. Pull for Initiative. It's fine. I've been eating it. Man, I still think the wildest part of fucking episode 1 is that Lisa's mom called her a fucking elf slur. I think I posted about that when I listened to it.
Yeah, I consistently forget about that.
Like, it's like the thing where, like, I know in the back of my head that Lisa's mom fucking sucks. Like, there's never been room to, like, for any other opinion, because it's just true. But then, like, listening to the first episode, it's like, oh my god, her mom fucking sucks. And that's even before I find out about the child abuse. Because she did do that. Canonically.
Yeah.
I can't, that's like way further in. So like I'm not there yet in my re-listen because I think that's like deep in like Act 4. I think. Yeah, because I think it's when they go to TL and Rune for story purposes that Lise kind of talks about it again. Like talks about it. I opened Clip Studio Paint. I didn't mean to do that.
Yeah, I don't know.
Don't mind Clip Studio
It
Paint
haunts you.
opening. Close the Clip Studio Paint. Yeah, cause like I can swear that Lise says it so casually too. Like if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, she just drops it. And she says it so casually, like in the way that I guess the way a lot of like kids who grew up in not so great households
Yeah.
would say something that they find like normal, not aware of the fact that everybody is staring at them in horror.
Yeah. Because, yeah, this is. I can't. I wish I could remember the exact comment she makes. I remember both casts being like, huh? And the whole chat being like, huh? What do you mean your mother hit you as a child?
What do you mean?
Also, like, because I remember thinking about this a little bit when for context, if you're not Ray, I had to drive to a town like an hour and a half away from where I live now to do some shopping a couple weeks ago. And I had never driven that by myself before. And so partway through, I got out my tiny microphone, because that's a thing I keep in my purse, and I just recorded myself talking about Pull for Initiative for like an hour. And it was great. I had a great time. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, literally nothing about the world building implies that this world is homophobic. It's just Lisa's mom, specifically, at least.
It's just Lisa's mom specifically like finding things to be mad at her daughter about.
Yeah. Well, because there was because there's, like, some details. One, there's Lisa's mom is a cunt. But, like, specifically, like, because I was re-listening to episode 2, and Lisa has that dream of the memory with her dad. And in that memory, she says, very specifically, I'm gonna get married to a woman. So, like, Lisa has known she's gay since she was little. So Lisa's mom only finding her men to, like, get married to is, like, very specifically an attack on Lisa.
Oh yeah.
Because, like, this is not a world where that is required for station. Like, it's like, in some things it's like, okay, like, this is, like, a societal convention that I'm, like, trying to attempt you to conform to because I want you to be safe in society or whatever. No, Lisa's mom just sucks.
No, her mom is just bad. Like the queens.
Yeah. Like, they're literally...
Plural. They are married. They are... It's just Lisa's mom specifically just being a bad person.
Yeah. Lisa's mom's... I was going to say local woman invents homophobia, but I guess Oren is probably homophobic. Actually, no, I don't know. We know Oren is racist. We don't know if they're homophobic.
Oh yeah.
I such a... God, that scene.
I mean, it doesn't...
What are you gonna say?
What?
Oh, it sounded like you were saying something and then, like, accidentally cut you off.
Oh no, you didn't. It was Discord.
Oh, okay. I didn't hear part of your sentence, though.
Oh, sorry. I said I don't think that there was anything, like, to suggest that Orin was homophobic, like the Orin Empire as a whole. But I feel like their whole emphasis on everybody conforming and being the same and being, like, racist, they probably are, at least a little bit, probably homophobic.
Yeah, they're probably, like...
But it's just not... Because they have, like, this whole, like, thing against... Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah. Oh, because I was just like, because I was thinking about it, and I was like, because Elizabeth does approach Helga in public very outwardly flirtatiously. So they're probably not, like, outwardly homophobic. It's probably, like, I feel like, if nothing else, the Orin Empire would be the, like, hate the sin, love the sinner kind of vibes. We're like, yeah, you can be gay, but, like, everyone's kind of, like, it's not illegal for you to get married, But if you say you're gay married, like, you're gonna get some side eyes, and like maybe the train is gonna be like a little awkward to be on. That's the vibes Oren has to me.
You know, Oren does have those vibes.
Yeah, it's been. God, remember, I was looking. I was like combing through Spoiler Boys. I think I was looking for a meme, because I love finding my old memes to repost. And I was reminded of the time that Ben stumped us with a mystery because we forgot people can be heterosexual.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Like
It felt so obvious in hindsight, but in the moment I was like, no, there's no way. They're just. And he was like, you forgot straight people existed.
We were all like,
and I was like, listen.
We were all like, fuck, straight people. We forgot. We're so used to the traveling band of lesbians.
We forgot.
We straight up fucking forgot. Man, I think about, because like, this is the other thing I talked about in my, I talked about a couple of different things in that. I'm pretty sure I started that audio with the intention of talking about like Lise and Bedlam's relationship. It just kept going. Because here's the thing, right? In our modern United States of America and others, of like comp het in lesbians. And I feel like it doesn't exist in the same way on Amaris because it's not an inherently homophobic world, especially not like the places where it seems like Cassandra was generally spending time. But like late bloomer, not late bloomer Cassandra, but like late realization of her lesbianism Cassandra is so important to me. Eats my microphone. I don't know why, it just compels me.
I'm shaking the microphone.
I would shake my microphone, but it would make too much noise. I don't know, it's just something fun. I mean, that's kind
I'll
of
shake
like,
it for you.
Hell
Just
yeah.
imagine I'm shaking it.
Hell yeah. Shaking it from many miles away. I think it's especially because I have now refound the canon confirmation that Lise, like, popped out of the womb gay as hell.
It's real.
It's just how it goes. God, baby Lise is also so cute. Like when she's talking to her dad, she's oh my god, what a sweetie pie.
Yeah.
Babyest girl. She's literally like 6.
She's
Man.
So baby. I love her.
Literally. God, think about Lise, because I think the thing with Lisa's like childhood, right, is that I think we've actually always had the pieces, but they keep getting like Lise doesn't take it seriously because she doesn't realize it's something she needs to take seriously. So I feel like we as the audience didn't think about the implications very much. But then when you put all of it together, you're like, oh, that's fucked up. That's like fucked up.
Yeah.
Like, I was watching back, I can't remember which episode it was, but like I was watching back and like Seth cracks a joke about like Lise having only been raised until she was 6 years old. And even Ben was kind of like taken aback by it, I think. And we were just like, oh, haha, that's so silly. Stares into the camera.
Yeah. Yeah. Stuff being like, Lise was raised until she was about 6 years old, and then she just raised herself, grew up herself. It was just her and the Fae, and everyone is just sitting there like pain.
Yeah. And especially like, because I think, oh no, I did tell you about this. I was like, I've while re-listening and thinking about Pull Furnished a lot, I do feel like, in my head at least, this is a headcanon town, there's like a very specific split in Lisa's like memories and her trauma response, where anything from a certain point when she was like a tween back, her response is to freeze in relation to that, and anything from that point forward is to fight, because I don't think her mom could take as much as she could dish, and so I feel like there was a point where Lise could, like, between like magic and just the nature of a kid getting older, Lise could start like talking and fighting back, and so anything from there forward, Lise is like gets like, that's where you get her anger issues. But anything prior to Lise being able to fight back, I think she just freezes, because she was a baby. And that's kind of what kids will do, is freeze, because they don't know how to handle it yet. And no one taught Lise healthy coping skills. Whoops.
Nobody taught Lise how to handle her trauma. She was just a baby.
She was just a baby.
She was just a baby.
Just a baby. Which, honestly, most of my foundation of that is literally just, like, the two fucking facts that Lisa's canonically stated to have anger issues, but also when she sees her dad for the first time, she literally stops breathing. And just stares at him. Crying. Which also...
She freezes.
Yeah, she freezes because she's like, oh my god. She doesn't know how to process it. God, that scene also, like, I think I tried to re-listen to that scene while I was writing All Is Fair in Love and War to get a feel for August's voice. And I couldn't. Because it made me almost start crying.
God.
Fucking dad back.
She gets her dad.
Cries, screams, eats the floor.
No, I was just hit with the horrendous thought.
Lay it on me.
She just gets her dad back, right? And August is so excited to see his daughter, and his daughter who has a fiance now, and his daughter's friends, and the fact that he probably accidentally adopted like Stacy and Becky and
oh no.
everybody else. That's just kind of vibing. And then the thing happens in the last episode.
And then the last episode happened. Who the fuck let that happen?
And then the...
fuck. I've said it before.
I'm so upset.
Yeah, I've said it before, and I will say it again. I typed all for initiative and not the name of my fic. I'm an idiot. I've said it before, and I'll say it again every single time. I absolutely trust that Ben and Steph are gonna nail the landing on Pull for Initiative. Whatever the landing might be. I am deathly afraid that that ending is going to be crying.
Yeah, they're gonna nail wherever they go with this story. Like, that's not the question. The question is, how sad is it going to be? And I fear that the answer will be yes.
Yeah. I mean, didn't Ben fucking tweet a while back, like, if you thought Act 4 was bad, just you wait? And we were all like, Ben. No. I realized there's like two main ways.
Oh yeah, because he was like, if you guys were sad.
Yeah. Get ready.
He's like, get ready, because it's not gonna get better. The trailer is not gonna make you feel any better. And I was like, I expected, but still.
Yeah.
Ow.
Because I was thinking about this a while back, and I was like, I feel like there's two main ways Especially now that... Context for anyone who's not Ray or me or one of the people. We did a zine a little while ago, and in that zine, I published my fic, All Is Fair in Love and War, which is a post-canon theory fic, I guess, at this point, unfortunately. I didn't mean for it to be a theory.
Unfortunately, it may just become canon.
Yeah. But I posted, like, the opening, like, page or so of this fic in the zine. Well, not pasted. It was part of the zine. And Ben fucking looked at the camera and went, "Hey, Opal, are you in my walls?"
Yeah. I think about that every day.
I think about that
as
constantly.
I'm sitting there, like, thinking about about the zine in general, and I just remember him going, "Hey, Opal, are you in my walls?" And I lose it a little bit.
Yeah, especially because even Seth was like, "Ben, what does that mean?" So it's something that Seth doesn't know about. Which scares me. And I was thinking about that.
We were all like, what does that mean? And then Seth is like, hey, yeah, explain. And now I have one fear.
Yeah. Well, because I was thinking about it, and I was like, there's a couple things that could be the predictions from my fic. And one is that I have somehow guessed the entire end game of Pull for Initiative. They don't technically get divorced in that fic at all. They kind of get...
Do they have? I wonder, this isn't, like, a thing that's answerable in canon, but there is a thing, it's sort of like not out practice, but it's kind of like fallen out of practice.
Mm-hmm.
Where if your spouse leaves you and there's no contact between the two of you, but for like a couple of years, I think, I forgot the minimum amount of time, then you can petition the court, and your marriage will be considered annulled by abandonment.
Huh.
Which is how a lot of women would escape abusive marriages back in, I think, the 40s and 50s. Ooh. Before no-fault divorce was like a thing. They would leave, and then they would petition the court and be like, hey, I abandoned my spouse for like several years at this point. Can our marriage be annulled? And then the court would be like, well, on abandonment, yes.
Interesting.
It also works the other way around for like men leaving their like wives, but so that might possibly be a thing, ? But I don't know the rules of fantasy marriage and fantasy divorce.
Yeah, well, honestly, because the thing, right, I kind of want to write a sequel for that fic, one of these days, because the thing, honestly, the thing that I think, as the author, is the saddest part about All Is Fair in Love and War, is that it's kind of nobody's fault. Like, it's kind of everybody's fault, and it's also kind of nobody's fault, because somewhere along the line, they tried to resurrect Lise, and it didn't go right. And they don't know whether that is because it is impossible to do. They don't know whether it was something specific to Lise, if it was something like they did something wrong. They don't know, and there's no way to know. And Not Lise was put into the body of a woman who had a lot of family, and a lot of friends, and a lot of responsibilities, with some of her memories, and told to go. And she was doing her fucking best. And it's just, I feel like in the context of this, like, AU universe, like, it was inevitable that they would have that argument. But Not Lise has nobody else. And so I don't think she'd actually want to get divorced, because part of her is still clinging to the idea that maybe they could be happy one day.
It's like it feels a little, at least a little bit to me, it feels kind of like the arranged marriage trope where you're not in love, but like both of you are kind and you're just doing your best and you're hoping one day you could get in a position where you might be able to consider being in love with this person. And I think it's worse this way because like not Lee. She's not cruel. She's kind. And she's just doing her best to help the people that the real Lee left behind.
Yeah.
And I feel like for Cass that makes it feel worse because not Lise is genuinely trying to help. But she's just not Lise.
She's not Lise. Yeah, no, that was like a big thing that kind of went into, and that's also why I think it's in the like context of the fic, it's specifically like here's some author brain things. I think that if August had never confronted Cassandra like that, it would have gone on for longer. I do think them falling apart is inevitable in this context, but I think it would have been more explosive because it would have been further down the line if August hadn't said something. Because it's in that scene that Cassandra goes, "Oh, I am the only person who is not having a good time here, and that means I should leave before I ruin it for everyone else." And that's what kickstarts, like, her preparing to leave, and thus her mood somewhat improving, which makes not Lise feel like she's being wishy-washy, which causes their argument to happen when it does. And then I cry.
I'm just like, I'm so terrified. I'm so terrified for if Ben goes the direction that we're afraid that he's going because of Opal, are you living in my walls?
Yeah, because here's the thing. I think there's a best and a worst case scenario of the fact that I accidentally lived in Ben's walls. Because I was watching back that like particular part of stream because I needed to be obsessed with it again, and I was thinking about it, and I was like, the other like the two like big reveals in the opening page of All Is Fair in Love and War are, I guess there's three, because they kind of are connected. The first is that Lise has been resurrected. Big change, right? The second is that Lise was resurrected specifically through fiendish magic. Because when I was writing it, because I actually started All Is Fair in Love and War, like, pretty soon after Act 4 ended, actually. It just took, like, a year to write. Whoops. Well, not a year. Pretty damn close to a year. Because I was thinking in my head, I was like, I don't actually need to know the specifics of the resurrection. But I was thinking, what resources do they have access to? And that is Asmodeus. So in my head, I was like, if I need like a quick, like, we don't need to worry about the details of resurrection method, Lise knows the devil. Like, personally.
Lise knows Fantasy Markiplier.
Lise knows Fantasy Markiplier. And so in my head, I was like, okay, that's probably going to be the easiest way to, like, hand wave away the specifics of the resurrection. And then the third reveal
and
being...
I think...
Oh, what?
And I said, going off of the Lise knows Fantasy Markiplier. Fantasy Markiplier, the devil, Asmodeus. This man being, he defended Lise in God Court.
He did do that.
He is the one that brought in the Mistwalkers, who said, if Lise DeForest dies, reality as we know it will cease to exist. Because in every future that the Mistwalkers had seen, if something happened to Lise DeForest, Foxbud goes wild. And I think, and destroy,
yeah,
is willing to destroy reality, or his best friend. Yeah. And Lise is the only person is able to stop the Oran Empire from doing the thing that they set out to do.
Yeah.
So who would be willing to fight for Lise?
Yeah.
And it's especially her in God Court for killing a god.
Yeah, especially because if I remember correctly, most ghosts will go to the astral plane after they die, if it's anything like D&D, like D&D proper planar lore. Mm-hmm. But some spirits do go to join their gods on their planes of existence if they were like particularly like devout or like a particularly powerful cleric. So I also don't think it's like I do think it is genuinely very possible that Lise dies. Well, she did do that. She died. That's a fact, unfortunately. I don't think it's...
She did do that, yeah.
She did do that. I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility that she would then get snatched up by Asmodeus, whatever the fuck, Fantasy Markiplier, with the specific intention of helping her. And so, like, best case scenario is that's the part I'm right about. And that's the only part I'm right about.
I mean, because I'm thinking about this now, actually. Lise even said, growing up, when she prayed to the gods that the elves in Tielenrune worshipped, they never cared about Lise. Yeah. They never once helped her when Lise asked for help. At most, what the gods did for her was allow her to escape. At most, that is what they allowed.
Yeah, which is...
But they didn't even look at her in God Court.
Yeah. So, like,
the gods that this little girl prayed to for help, for, I guess, wondering why, like, religious trauma, woo! Ooh. Like, all of that aside, the one, like, supernatural being on a level of, like, the gods that Lise had ever pledged, like, not even, like, devotion, but just, like, friendship towards was Zazie and Asmodeus, because they offered to help her.
And then they did. Because that's the other thing, too.
Because she helped Zazie.
Yeah. Because that's the
other thing. And then they followed through with it.
Yeah. Let's say, that's, like, the other thing, too, is, like, not only did they promise to help, because, like, also, because here's the thing. What happened to August was not his fault, necessarily. He was actually, if I'm remembering his backstory right, doing, like, as much as he physically could to get back to Lise. Because he knew that Lise was not in a good environment.
Because he was, like...
He knew what
Alan did everything like. He did everything he could to get back to Lise. What happened to him that prevented him from going back wasn't his fault.
Yeah. But from Lisa's perspective, because obviously she doesn't know that, and I vaguely remember her talking about, like...
Yeah.
Like, the letters stopped coming, which I can't remember if that was a part of, like, the shit that was happening to him, or if that was her mom withholding them. Like, from Lisa's perspective, she didn't know any of that until it was far too late. And so, like, to this little child Lise, and that will inevitably become part of her psyche as she grows up, people don't keep their promises to her. But then, especially not, like, people who are supposed to be above and then protect her, i.e. her mom or the gods.
Mm-hmm. The gods failed her.
Yeah, because they left her in the place. They left her in her home. They did not do anything to help her. So I think, having this large power, because Lisa also she's so, like, inherently kind. And, like, she talks a lot about having anger issues, but, like, at the end of the day, Lise wants to be a good person. And she does so much to be a good person. And so having that kindness, someone telling her, I'm going to repay your kindness, and then actually do that for her, someone who has power over a situation, to the point where they stand up to other people in power for her. Like, I'm kind of hoping that that's the part I'm right about. Because in my head, that just made sense when I was writing. I was like, what's the easiest way for, like, Lise to get back her power? And I was like, well, Fantasy Markiplier. Because he's a powerful entity that canonically gives powers, because warlocks are a thing. And he likes Lise. He thinks she's great. He thinks she's kind of interesting. And he also doesn't want the world to end. And so it made sense that, like, if they were looking for, especially if, like, other people were actively looking for a way to resurrect Lise, that he would be like, here you go. Here's Lise. I'm just hoping that's the only part I'm right about. Because that is stated in that first page.
Yeah. So, I'm hoping that this is the part that you were right about. That Asmodeus was like, okay, we'll just bring Lise back. I have the ability to do that.
Yeah.
I cannot remember if this was a stated thing, but doesn't Zazie have, like, in canon, doesn't Lise have Zazie's, like, signature on her body?
I think so. I can't remember if it burned up the one time she used it. Because didn't they use it?
I don't know, but isn't there, like... I think they used it in the...
Oh, I think it was around the jailbreak episode.
Fight with Tyr, where she was like, Zazie, I need help. Oh, maybe.
That's right. It was either the jail or the Tyr fight. I can't remember which. Also...
I feel like it might have been the Tyr, but either one.
Yeah.
Tyr the god, not Tyr the friend.
Oh, that's right. Yes, we have to... Tyr the friend is great. We love Tyr the friend. Sorry, I also just... When you were talking about, like, Lise...
We love Tyr the friend. We do not like Tyr the god.
It's true. I also... So here... I'm gonna speak carefully for YouTube community guidelines purposes. But in the poll for initiative fic I'm working on right now... You mentioned, like, Lise praying to the gods and not getting an answer. There is literally 2 lines in here that are, I love you was the first prayer Lise ever meant, and I love you was the only prayer Cassandra needed. So, I'm... the brain waves. We already know what's up.
Brainwave.
Religious trauma. I had completely forgotten about
religious trauma.
Yeah, the religious trauma angle, but I think I just put it in there on accident because it's just like, it's one of those things that, like, I don't think about when it comes to Lise directly, but, like, it's definitely in there. Because I feel like it's, like, all tied up, like, it's all very much tied up in, like, Lisa's distrust of authority figures. Because not once, up until Pull for Initiative Bedlam, not once has an authority figure been nice to Lise. I mean, technically her dad was, but, like, that's the bare fucking minimum, man. You're supposed to be nice to your fucking kid.
And then the fact that her father was an outlier.
Yeah, is bad.
Really just upsets me.
God, fucking, that's the...
And if...
What are you gonna say?
Oh, sorry. I was making sure that was just the...
No, you're good.
Sorry. Noise in the background is construction. If any of you guys hear that, I'm sorry. That bang was not me.
I did not hear it.
But as I was saying, like, August being nice to Lise as a authority figure, as her, like, father, is the fact that it's an outlier. But the fact that, like, obviously you need to be nice to your children. They're children.
You should be nice to all children.
But nobody else has ever been nice to Lise. Like the Fae, obviously. But those were her friends who considered her equal to them.
Yeah.
And they were not in, like, positions of power over her.
They also, like, couldn't be around her all the time. Like, kind of inherently.
Yeah. They could not leave the Feywilds. They could not leave the woods, but she could. And Foxbud could.
Ah!
I just,
Yeah. Guys, also, every day I am constantly thinking about Lise. Making the because I had completely forgot about this comment until I was rewatching episode 4 again. But the fact that Lise, like, says out loud that early in the series that being a half-elf on Teelenrune sucked. The implications in just that, like, little phrase. Holy shit.
yeah.
Because, like, we knew that. But holy shit. She does just kind of say it out loud. That her life was not good. Also, what were you gonna say?
She does say it out loud on the... I said she does say it. She says it out loud. Her life on Teelenrune was not good. The first person to be nice to her, not counting the Fae or August, was Quinn.
And she didn't even trust him because she was so
I just
worried.
think about that a lot.
Yeah. Because also, too, like, she didn't even trust Quinn. At first.
She didn't even trust Quinn.
Because no one's been nice to her before! Not no one, but...
I mean, would you trust some random dude who shows up at your house and is like, Ayo?
No, probably not, but... He was trying so hard.
And you're just like, no thank you.
Yeah. Because... Man... That's actually one of the other things. Man, I can't wait to finish this fic, because I want to tear my PFI fic apart with my teeth. But I have to finish it before I can do that.
The ones that I am getting...
Yeah.
The ones that I get screenshots for, or the other one?
The two that I'm working on right now.
Yes, that one.
The ones that will not go in the Discord server. We'll put it like that.
Yes, that one.
Yeah. Honestly, both of those, but mostly the first one. I could just say its title. It's called Hold Me Close and Closer Still. There is a little bit about that. I, like, accidentally... Okay, it was accidental at first, and then I thought about it, and then I did it on purpose. Like, I was thinking about, like, what would it be like? Because we know canonically, unless Zeus was lying, but I'm choosing to believe her. Because when she and Cassandra get together, Cass kisses her on, like, after they, like, are like, oh, girlfriends? And they're girlfriends. And then Cass, like, kisses her. And she says, Lisa's surprised because she's like, oh, that's the first kiss I've ever had that I haven't had to initiate. And the implications in that sentence alone for what, like, plus some of the information we get later on what it was like for Lise growing up. Because we know she wouldn't have kissed any of the suitors that her mom picked out for her, because she doesn't like men. And so it implies that she's had to have had relationships at some point. But we also know that the elves don't like Lise. And I was also thinking,
The elves don't like Lise. They don't like her because they don't like her. She's half elf. She's half...
Yeah.
Human is the part that they don't like. Because she grows up at a rate that's different than the elves are used to. Lise should still be a toddler.
Yeah. And
but she's not.
But she's not. And I was actually listening back to the dream sequence, and August specifically says to Alanway, like, I can't remember I was about to say I can't remember the exact line. I have this line written down. I could just go look at it. He says specifically, so I'm just something fun for you. And I was like, that paints such a picture of what I think it would have been like for Lise to have relationships on Tealanrune. Because it would have had to have been with elves who were decades older than herself, because they would have then been physically and mentally on the same playing field.
Mm-hmm.
So I think it's probably, like, realistically speaking, I feel like any relation, because Lisa's 23 at the beginning of Pull for Initiative, I feel like pretty much all of her relationships would have been probably in about the years between 19 and 22. So these are elves who are, like, just over 100 years old, probably. Who do not see humans as equals, period. They don't see human beings as equal to elves.
You know, fantasy racism.
Fantasy racism, a classic. Elf hoity-toityism. Who are also nobles who already struggle with feeling empathy for people who aren't themselves. Because they're fucking rich.
Ah, yes. The nobles.
Yeah.
Royalty.
Yeah. So you have, they're set up
Eat the rich, in this case.
Ew. Because, so Lisa's a half-elf, so she grows at a different rate than them. Yeah. She is at an age that they would consider, like, chronologically, they would see her as a petulant, toddler. When she can speak and process things as an adult, because she's an adult. And they cannot, at least Lisa's mom, but it seems pretty indicative of the rest of their attitudes, and also, they don't like her. Like, they canonically don't like her. And so I feel like any relationships she would have had were people who thought it was funny to date her. Like, in that very, like, middle and high school, my friend likes you, ha ha ha, idiot. Yeah. You thought someone would be attracted to you kind of way.
The asking you out as a joke and laughing. Yeah, trauma.
Actually, luckily that never happened to me, but that's because I was isolated, which is a different thing. Different problem entirely.
Oh yeah.
But I feel like any relationships at least would have been along that line of thinking of, like, no, none of the elves on Tealanrune, I think maybe the princess, like, I don't think they were dating, because they're cousins. I'm pretty sure they're cousins. But, like, even the princess, like, when she did...
I don't think we're going down the noble incest.
Yeah, I don't think so. But even when, like... If I'm remembering the conversation during Lisa's fucking trial correctly, like, even, like, when the princess wanted to engage with Lise as an equal, she was, like, admonished and punished for it. So, I don't think anyone's hanging out with Lise on the regs. And so I feel like any relationship she would have had prior to leaving Tealanrune were probably short-lived, one-sided, and mostly just because the other person thought it would be funny to, like, oh, haha, I dated the half-elf. Which I'm not going to get into too many of the details for YouTube reasons, but I feel like this is, like, something I talk about in my fic, skewed her relationship to pleasure. Which is fucked up to think about. Because listen, that's an important thing in a relationship where that is a factor. Everybody should be having a good time.
Everybody should be having a good time.
Yeah. Which...
And that goes for, like, non...
Physical
aspects of a relationship. Everybody should be having a good time.
Everybody should be having a good time.
Like, you should be... Relationships are built on mutual respect and care for another. And if you don't have either of those, nobody is going to be having a good time.
Yeah. And in the worst scenarios, one person is going to be enjoying it at the expense of the other person. Which I also... Like, I think Lisa's come a long way since episode 1. I also think that's at least a little bit of what's going into the proposal scene. Because I call it the proposal scene, but, like, that's not how it starts. Yeah. That's not how that scene starts. God, I had forgotten that those were the same conversation until I re-listened to it again for my video, and I was like, oh god. Oh no. Oh no.
The emotions that PFI cause is...
Yeah.
Aw, I love this. The bees are pleased. And then, oh no, emotional damage.
True. Because, yeah, Lise starts that conversation.
And it's a cycle, and you never know which one you're going to get.
True. Sometimes it's both at the same time.
Sometimes it's both at the same time.
But yeah, Lise starting that conversation, like, it was kind of, like, silly, because Cassandra was like, oh my god, I thought you were gonna break up with me. Although, in a way, because, like, in the context of, like, Cassandra is Lisa's first relationship where she is not only an equal, but cherished. They love each other so much, Your Honor. Like, she is throwing everything into Cassandra, like, not everything, but she's throwing a lot of herself into her relationship with Cassandra, and then she's getting that energy back in return. They're so down bad for each other. It's beautiful. And then Lee's still opening up that conversation with, if and when I die, I want you to move on. Because she's more... Because her main concern is that Cassandra is happy.
God.
And then Cassandra being like, if you die, I'm not letting you stay dead, idiot. You doofus. I love you.
I'm not letting you stay dead, idiot. And then bold of you to assume you're going to be dying alone.
Yeah, I did write part of that line down. Yeah, the least. If something ever happened to you, I'm gonna raise hell to bring you back. Are you kidding me? I'm going through every last plane of the divine planes to hunt your ass down, and then I'm gonna kill you for dying. And then the follow-up of, are you kidding me? After everything we've been through, if I can't raise a little divine hell to bring you back, what good am I?
That lives in my head rent-free.
Constantly. Every day of my goddamn life.
I think about that so much. If I can't raise a little divine hell to bring you back, what good am I?
Elise loves so much.
Screaming.
Because that's the thing. Because, like, I will say, I think August, in the 6 years that he had, did a good job of making sure Lise was loved as much as he could. Unfortunately, he only got those 6 years.
He only got, like, 6 years. But he tried.
He tried.
Which I feel is a lot more than anyone else did. So
yeah, that's no one else was gonna do it for her. But yeah, it's just fuck. And I also realized I actually don't think Jay. I think I had been mixing up two of the characters because I thought Jay had kids. I don't think she does. Well, she does. It's Cassandra, but I don't think she had kids prior to Cassandra. I think those were Shatterback's sons that I was remembering. But it's fine. I don't know, maybe Jay does have kids. Just not... They're somewhere else. It's Cassandra. But like... And especially...
It's Cassandra.
In a way. I just had this realization. I'm gonna possibly kill you. It's fine. In a way, Lisa and Cassandra
to be murdered.
Are both orphans.
Yeah.
But the difference is that after she was orphaned, someone took care of Cassandra. No one took care of Lise.
Someone took care of Cassandra, and no one took care of Lise.
Ah! Because, like, even if Jay is, like, a privateer and she's running the shots, maybe she wasn't running the shots at the time, but, like, she definitely was, like, somewhat in charge. Quinn knew her well enough and knew she was good enough for the job, because Quinn is also an inherently good man. He had a little bit of a hero complex, but we can forgive him. He knew enough about Jay and what she was up to and what the foxhole was like that he was like, okay, if I leave... Because, like, he could have gone... Because, like, the Umbra Artibers operate out of Heaven's Cradle. I'm sure there were plenty of people in Heaven's Cradle who could have taken in a child, right? Merlin could have taken in a child. Ooh. Interesting AU. Disregarding for a second. Although I don't care if that would have been too soon after his son died. Don't worry about it. Whoops. For more for a second about his son. But he knew Jay well enough that he was like, okay, I'm gonna give her care to Jay. And Cassandra turned out pretty alright. All things considered. She has a steady job. I had completely forgotten she even mentions that she had been on the Sirens song for most of her adult life. So, like, she has, like, a steady job, she has a home to go back to. Lise didn't even like going home.
Lise didn't even like going home.
She didn't even want to go back. And she still did. Every time. Because the consequences of not going back would have been worse. I fully believe Lisa set her mom on fire at least a little bit. Not enough to kill her. But a little bit. She's too much of a little fire hazard to have not at some point. Oh god. I just realized that's absolutely the kind of thing Alan Way would have held over her head. You know, the way that abusive parents do.
Yeah.
God. I know in my heart of hearts poisoning her mom in the fucking trial sequence would have been the wrong move, but god, I wish we could have. In some universe, Alan Way gets what's coming to her. Although maybe she will in this case, I don't know. Didn't Lisa almost kill her? Or am I forgetting?
I think so.
I think she pointed a gun at her mom. I feel like that was the thing that happened.
When in the first episode, I think so. When she like burned her house down.
Oh yeah, that. I was thinking later on when they go back to Yellen Rune. Or no. Was it her mom?
Oh yeah, I think
Orin?
there was like a temptation there. Yeah, her mom was an Orin, I think.
Right. Doesn't she fucking threaten her mom with the gun? And then...
Oh yeah, like if you support the Orin Empire. Yeah.
That's right, because her mom was doing ambassador shit, and she was like, I'm gonna get you if you support the Orin Empire, and then her mom supported the Orin Empire. Which I also feel like says so much about her mom, because I'm fucking sure she knows what they're up to. Like, there's no way she doesn't. She's not that stupid. To not ask what she's supporting. The elves have decided they think that's better for them. I'm sure fucking Vladimir's, like, telling them they can just chill or whatever the fuck. God, I hate him. I forgot he shows up in, like, episode 4. He's, like, there.
Oh, yeah, yeah, you're right.
And we didn't even know. Honestly, it's so funny, because in that episode, like, they see the Fortune Empress and, like, the Orin soldiers, like, coming into fucking Shantytown. And Lise is like, well, that seems like it's none of our business, and I'm like, ooh, it's gonna be. It's gonna be your business, Lise. Just you wait.
It will be very soon.
It'll be your business. Well, honestly, well, not for 5 years. Eats my own hand. I need to.
5 years for Lise, or 5 years for everyone else. No time at all for Lise.
God, kills a man. God, also thinking about Varric.
Real. Me too.
Thinking about Varric, like, in retrospective, is fucking wild. Because I feel like the implication has to be, because I'm remembering a comment that Lise makes correctly, he's been possessed the whole series. Like, noticeably possessed the whole series.
Yeah, I think it was hinted at in the first episode too, where Quinn was like, "This isn't you," and then Varric murdered Quinn.
Yeah.
Until his last breath, Quinn was like, "This isn't you." Like, Quinn was trying so hard to reach
God.
Varric, but whatever has Varric in its possession held no sympathy or care for
Fuck Sepulchre, honestly.
Quinn.
Fuck Sepulchre.
Real.
I would say go to hell, but Fantasy Markiplier is there, and he doesn't deserve that.
He doesn't deserve that, but he might have a little bit of fun, like, fighting.
That's true.
Fighting,
yeah.
Sepulchre.
Man, you know what I keep thinking about? Like, I don't know if this was intentional, but Lise, and, like, her whole situation and the friends she makes is a really good, like, analogy, metaphor, representation, whatever you want to call it, for growing up gay and autistic.
You're so right.
Like, it just kind of hit me. Like, I'm sure it would, like, some of it might have been intentional, some of it wasn't, but, like, I was thinking about it, I was like, this is a person, a woman, who grew up understanding that through something not of her own fault, she is fundamentally different from the people around her. Her only way out is via a tragedy, because she could not live because of the circle, like, she could not live where she was, but because of how she was existing, she also couldn't leave of her own free will, so she has to be separated by a traumatic event, and then finds people who understand and are willing to love her, including making friends with forces that other people in the world see as malicious or as frightening, like the hells. It is fundamentally, like, at odds with a larger homogenizing force. And she has abilities that are...
I'm so sorry, I was nodding.
No, you're good. And also, like, even, like, the sorcery, because, like, she has the sorcery that is, yes, in some ways a boon for her as she goes through life, but also has canonically caused problems for her in the past, both because of when she can't control it and when it has its limitations compared to what someone like Cassandra can do with magic, because Cassandra has access to a wider variety of magic than Lise does. And also guns. I'm pretty sure it was canon that Lise is... I mean, it's canon that she's gay. I'm pretty sure at some point I just accepted that Lise was also at least a little autistic, but also that's kind of just like Metaphors 101, baby. I've cracked the fucking code.
You're so correct for this one.
That literally just hit me upside the head. Like I was just...
You know that BuzzFeed Unsolved meme where Shane is sitting there and he goes, I've connected the dots, and Ryan's like, you didn't connect shit. I've connected them. That's us right now, but instead of me being Ryan, I'm shaking your hand.
Wait,
oh no. We're gonna get mean.
I'm gonna try to do something really stupid. I love doing stupid things with memes.
I love doing stupid things with memes, and especially for the bit.
Yeah, why is the very first... Okay, so I have DuckDuckGo now. I've stopped using, Google, for searching unless, like, I need it.
Yeah.
So I searched for this image on DuckDuckGo. I'm gonna show the camera this, but I can't show you, Ray. Why is the first result a fucking Homestuck redraw of the meme?
The first result is what? Discord, like, glitched, and it sounded like it sent.
Oh, I was saying, the first... I searched, like, I've connected the dots meme to find the meme to make a stupid edit of it. And the very first... like, result was a Homestuck redraw of the meme. Like, it didn't give me the meme first. It didn't give me the original. It gave me the Homestuck one. It knows. It knows I'm a filthy Homestuck. I realized I don't think I've ever said out loud that I'm pretty sure Lisa's autistic, but, like, we were all in agreement that Lisa's autistic, right?
Oh, yeah.
This, I think, might just be a, I dropped my fucking pen. A case of it's really hard to make non-autistic characters when you're autistic. Because, like,
yeah,
you don't know what's going on.
Lisa's very autistic. Good. Fantasy autism.
Lise does have fantasy autism. Lise is very, like, odd HD, I think, specifically. I couldn't tell you why.
Oh yeah, that's... Yeah, Lisa's, like...
Actually, I think I can tell you.
It's the vibes.
It's the vibes. I think one of the vibes is...
We could probably write a whole essay about it if we had...
And I might. Oh.
At the time. To sit here and come through every episode for evidence.
True. But, like... You know what I think is specifically the odd HD vibes?
What?
Is specifically the anger issues? Because, like, autism does have anger issues, but I feel like when you have odd HD, it, like, exacerbates them a little bit.
Because emotional regulation is hard. Yeah,
and also, like, in a lot of ways, you have two alternative parts of your brain that are fundamentally at odds. Because of, like, what ADHD needs and what autism needs on, like, a day-to-day basis. Oh, why are you being mean to me?
I always think of the Bo Burnham left brain versus right brain song, and I'm like, yeah, that's me.
Yeah. Also, the specific ways in which Lise has learned interaction. Let's see if I can because, like...
Yeah.
It's a thing with autism. Where if you... Especially, like, I don't think this is as true, like, on Amaris, because I don't think Amaris has institutional sexism. In the same way that the real world does. But, like, especially, like, in the world in which we live, when you are put in a, like, feminine female role, you're kind of expected to do social things better, because otherwise you are isolated. But Lise specifically becoming extremely antagonistic of most people, especially men. because she's not attracted to men.
Because of the way she was...
Yeah, and also men seem like they were kind of forced.
And the way she was raised.
Yeah.
Raised is good.
Yeah, I feel like men were also kind of forced onto Lise. I would not think that's canon. That's a thing that happened real. And so I feel like she just kind of is inherently, like, distrusting of them. Because a good chunk of the men she's had interactions with in her life were mean to her. I feel like none of the suitors seemed like they were good people, you know?
Yeah, especially the one that her mother was especially close to.
Yeah. God,
and she kept trying to get Lise to marry, and the scene that we got at that party.
God damn.
That was rough.
Yeah. God, the going back to Teal and Rune after so long was such a smart choice. Like, both because, like, it shows off, like, just how bad the situation is getting. But also, like, giving Lise that moment to, like, not reconnect with her mom. She's sort of inherently not connecting with her mom. I guess face her mom again. And be like, no, fuck you. You don't get to have any control over me anymore. I also do think that Lise being canonically, having illegally fled is very funny.
True. I still think it's hilarious. Sometimes I sit here and then I remember, hey, Lise was canonically considered an illegal refugee. She, like, fully fled from Teal and Rune in a way that was very much illegal. It's very funny to me.
After doing a crime.
After doing a crime.
Like, she did a crime and then left the country. And
she did a crime and then left the country. Not even just the country, the whole continent.
Yeah, she
got on a ship and she fled.
She was just kind of, like, out of there.
She was like, She said, well, I already committed one crime. Why not commit more?
I honestly don't think Lise even realized she'd committed a crime.
Good for her.
Fucking Merlin called her out on it, and she was like, oh, fuck. I forgot you're supposed to do that.
Oh, yeah. She was like, oh, yeah. That was the thing that was her. I love her.
So I've been slowly making a meme on camera this whole time. I would share it with you, but I'm afraid, the process with you, but I'm afraid that if I do this, Discord will kill me. I'm almost done. Yeah.
Oh, boy.
Lise...
show me when you're done, and then show everybody else.
Oh, for sure. You know. Oh, I did this on the wrong layer. It's fine.
It's fine.
Sorry, this is one of those memes where I'm making it really bad looking on purpose because I think it adds to the atmosphere.
Oh yeah, some memes you have to do bad on purpose, like the meme I made for the zine with Chris.
Yeah.
And Beeper. That had to be bad on purpose. It lost its, like, appeal when I did it seriously. I was like, nope, it has to be stupid.
Yeah. Actually, wait, no, I should put names on this to make it clear what's happening.
You know, with the way that we keep referencing the scene, we're gonna have to link it so people know what we're talking about.
Yeah. Well, like I said, I have my OBS recording it. OBS has been able to see it this whole time. It is just you who has not seen it yet.
Ah, nice.
Because I can just open Clip Studio. And it's fine. I don't know if I can screen share that is the problem. Right, what color do you want for your text?
Yeah.
Otherwise I'm gonna make you green.
Oh no. Green or blue? Theme.
Green. It already selected it, so green it is. I also have to make it a much brighter green so it actually shows up on the image.
Yeah, that's fine. We'll just keep going with the theme. Because I'm green today. I'm usually not this green, but I'm green today.
It's a green day. Honestly,
it's a green day.
I'm usually blue, but I've picked purple today. Memes aside.
We accidentally did color wheel, if I remember.
Kind of. A little bit.
It's a color wheel theme correctly. Color theory. Kind of. Not exactly, but kind of.
Yeah. Oh. This is completely non-sequential to anything else that's been happening. But do you want to hear a thought I had the other day? While I was thinking about, Cassandra, as I so often am. I was thinking about it. I was rewatching it. Gay People Real. Actually, it's about Gay People Real. Woman. It's true. I was releasing episode 4, as one does, and I was at specifically the scene where they get together initially, right? Which is such a...
Sorry, I just saw the meme.
Yeah. Like I said, I feel like it being shittily done just kind of adds to the vibes.
You're right.
I'm gonna oh no, someone just sent a meme. I'll send this meme to the chat later. Oh, but I totally forgot that when Lise and Cass first get together, Lise actually asks. So initially she's like, "Do you want to be my girlfriend?" And then when Cassandra's like, "Yes," which is so cute. I love them. Lise then follows up by asking, like, if Cassandra likes the term girlfriend or if she would prefer something else, which is so cute. First of all, we love complex relationships to gender identity. And I do think that supports my theory that Lise and Cass both have lesbian ways genders. This is just and not even really a theory so much as just a headcanon I have. That I feel like if they were in a context where those identities were like a thing in the same way that they are in like the modern world, I do feel like Lise and Cass would be like a butch and femme couple, like gender-wise.
Oh no, you're so right. Actually,
yeah. Cause like Cassandra, I don't think
they give me those vibes.
Yeah. Because, like, specifically, because I feel like Cassandra's kind of a shoo-in. Because Cassandra has had, like, a very non-traditional lifestyle. Is very masculine.
Mm-hmm.
I love her. This is not a requirement, it's just kind of a bonus. But I feel like in a context of, like, she very much would be into, like, a butch gender ways kind of situation. And also, femmes... I love them, first of all. Second of all, like, the way that they interact with femininity is very specific and very, like, subversive and defiant. And I feel like that fits a lot of the way Lise likes to operate. Is that she is embracing herself in a way that is inherently rebellious against the status quo. It also is willing to kill for Cassandra. So, you know.
It is also willing to kill for Cassandra.
That's just, yeah. That's kind of what happens when butch and a femme get together.
It's important to note.
It's important. Every butch femme couple I've ever met has been willing to kill for each other. That's just how it goes. Because I think I said this in
That's just how it goes, yeah. You're right.
I think I said this in, like, my big, long rant, but yeah, I feel like in a context where these are, like, gender identities that exist in the same way they do now, I feel like Cassandra is a butch and Lise is a femme. Especially because Lise is so, like, wholeheartedly lesbian. Like, no amount of, like... You'd have to be the most cishet person in the world to look at Lise and not be like, oh, that's a femme lesbian. Although I feel like Helga's just chilling.
Yeah.
Helga is just chilling.
Helga is just chilling.
She's here. She's gay. She will lift you up.
She's here. She'll pick you up and give you a very bone-crushing hug for friendship.
For friendship. God, I just remembered that Lise makes a comment about getting flustered about pretty women, and Cassandra's like, you think I'm pretty? Which is like, oh my god. Cassandra.
Sandra.
That was, man, sorry, I'm still not, I think I sent you this when I was listening to it. I'm still not over the fact that there is literally a line in Hold Me Close, where Lise is, like, frustrated because Cassandra makes a comment about, like, I'm not exciting. And Lise is like, excuse you? Yes, you are. You're beautiful and amazing. That's not the exact words, but that's the vibe. And in Hold Me Close, like, that's part of what that's right. That's the trigger point for everything to get a lot more intense. Because Cassandra hears Lise be like, no, you're not boring. Like, I love you, and you're amazing and unique and wonderful. And Cassandra's like, fuck. I have to rock this girl's entire world. And then she does. Well, she's still doing it. I'm not done.
Gay people real.
Gay people are so real. Because actually, so I'm just thinking about my fix now. I want to go in detail about my fucking Hold Me Close. But I know YouTube community guidelines won't let me get into that much detail about it.
Hey YouTube, will you look away, please?
I am a very tiny channel. Maybe they won't notice. Because, like, listen. There's a very specific thing that I've joked about in that fic, in the part where I'm, like, at right now. In the writing. Where basically Cassandra's pulling out all the stops. But Lise is in a point in her life where she was not aware there was more than one stop. I think is the best way I can think to put it. It's just very funny to me. Like, in a very sweet way. But it is funny to write Lisa's, like, internal monologue about it. It's not even really a monologue. Lisa's, like, straight up almost stopped having, like, coherent thoughts at this point. It's delightful. It's like 9,500 words long. I'm not done yet. I was telling Lux about this.
Hey. Art takes time. Art takes time. Banging this on the table. Writing is art.
This is true. It takes so much time. Jesus Christ. Excuse me. Oh, but I had made a post and I was talking about my fic in the tags. I can't remember if I said this on camera, if this is before I hit record. But I was talking about Hold Me Close in the tags of a Tumblr post. Mm-hmm. And I forgot for a beautiful second that Lux tattled on me, and now Riley and I are mutuals on Tumblr.
Oh no!
And he liked the post and I was like, oh shit, I forgot you could see that. And like, I won't lie.
I forgot that. So, oh no, I forgot that this can be seen.
Yeah. And like, honestly, I was probably gonna tell them anyway. Because I think he revealed a secret to us that I won't repeat here. And so I felt like I owed him that much.
Cecile.
Yeah. But I was thinking about it, and I was like, wait, look, I told Seth about this fic back when I thought it was going to be a lot shorter and a lot less intense. And so now I have to, like, think about how to tell them. Like, give them a heads up. Because, like...
Hey, Seth, the fic has evolved. Hey, Seth, if you're watching this, the fic has evolved.
The fic evolved so much. I kind of knew where it was going, but I did not expect it to get where it's going. And goddamn, it keeps going. The one I just started, It's going. I do want to finish that one, but I feel like that one... I don't know where that one's gonna go. I wrote at the beginning, and I know where I want it to go, but I don't know how I'm gonna get there yet. Because that's a whole other thing.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like... Lisa and Cass exploring intimacy together in all of the ways that can manifest is very important to me. As a sheltered noble and someone who probably didn't have a lot of time for like intimate relationships that could go to that point, them getting to do that together is... I'm gonna eat the microphone.
Yeah.
Because I also know that it's also so funny that, like, it's technically canon. Not that specific thing that I'm writing about, but, like...
Technically?
The thing that the possibilities are canon. I also... You know what I remembered the other day? The fic Hold Me Close is not even the original version of that fic. I had a completely different concept that I started with. And I remember why it is now the way it is. Because I was originally going to write about their 3-month anniversary. Because there was a fade to black in that episode, and I was going to write about the fade to black. And then I made a joke in the opening paragraph of that one about the thing that is now Hold Me Close and Closer Still. And I remember because I made that joke to you.
You did, yeah. I remember that.
And now look where we are.
And now look where we are.
And now I'm thinking, oh yeah. Oh, I never did put together my, this is completely and utterly off topic. Kind of. We're looping back around to an earlier detail. I completely forgot to put together an act-by-act replay, LMAO. I feel like I remember a lot of it, though.
Oh.
Oh, here, I'll show the screen my spreadsheet. Well, part of my spreadsheet. The spreadsheet has evolved. You may have noticed there are several more tabs on the bottom than previously shown. Because, yeah. Because now I have a summary tab.
Appreciate the spreadsheet in this household.
Hell yeah. Yeah, I have to go back again, because there's one thing. There's one detail that I feel like probably should have gone unmentioned. Which is that Amaris uses the same calendar as us here in America. Because I've been wondering for a while how long, like in days, poll for initiative Bedlam is. Because as I was re-listening, they spend a lot of time on boats. Like, going place to place. Not even just on boats. Like, they spend quite a bit of time going from place to place. And I want to see how the timeline lines up. Oh, fuck. I hit a button. We're good. Yeah, I want to see how the timeline lines up, because as you can probably see if you look at the spreadsheet under my Act 1 Summaries tab, I forgot to write down the days, so I have to go back through 1 through 3 to find, like, because I want to write, like, this is, like, day 1 through 3, because I think getting off the island takes Lise, like, a couple of days. I think. At least 2. Because the day that she burns her house down is not the same day that she meets Cass. Because she stays overnight in the Whispering Woods.
Yeah.
And the other problem is that I don't remember if they said how long it takes to get from No Man's Land to Shantytown. Because if they did, it was before they made the journey between Shantytown and... It was before they went to Shantytown. So that's also when Hold Me Close takes place. So I need to know how many days I can work with there. That's actually unrelated. I mostly just want the data. Although at the end of fucking Act 2, I have to... cry, mostly. Add in the +5 years. Because also we know when Lisa's birthday is down to the day. But we don't know Cass's birthday. Which is mean to me. Because I'm pretty sure I asked Ben, and he said, we'll find out, we might find out. And I went, please, Ben. And he did not respond. Which is fair. We know Cassandra has a summer birthday, but that's all we know. I want to know. I want to know when her birthday is.
Yeah, give us, like, the exact day of birthday.
We will celebrate Cass's birthday.
Anniversaries, important dates. I remember.
Well, I'm hoping if Wait. It's not impossible that Lise had her birthday over the course of the series and forgot. Because you know what happens in Act 1? Or is that Act 2? That's Act 1.
What?
The Harvest Festival. Halloween, which is usually at the end of October. Lisa's birthday is October 13th.
Yeah.
Did Lisa just fucking forget to tell her girlfriend her birthday?
Or she didn't forget. And Lisa has gone so long with her mother being the way that her mother is. I don't think Lisa's ever had a good birthday since she was 6 years old.
Oh no, you're so right.
So, for Lisa, it was probably a blessing that nobody knew her birthday.
Oh no! No. You're so right, and that's so sad. I also have another fic idea in my brain now. Because, like, you know when Cass finds out that Lise didn't tell her birthday, she's gonna be sad, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, like... You could go a lot of ways with that fic, actually, depending on your intended audience. Me, I'm my intended audience, always. Because if I'm not in the audience, what the fuck am I doing? This is my philosophy on writing fanfics. If I'm not my target audience, what the fuck am I doing?
You have to be your own target audience. First and foremost, in order to create anything good, you have to create it for yourself.
True.
You are your own target audience. I can speak.
Yeah. And then you gotta find a bunch of other fuckers who also like the thing.
Yeah, and then you gotta find other people who also like the thing that you created.
Hell yeah.
Which, in our circle, is everybody.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I'm not.
Well, yeah.
Gonna name.
Almost everybody. A lot of people.
Yeah, I'm not gonna name names. But there's one person I probably won't send my fic to. If they stumble across it, say la vie. But I will not be doing so directly.
Say la vie? Yeah, no. I feel like I know
Actually,
who you're talking about.
2 people for very different reasons.
One of the people that I know for a fact that you're not going to send this fic to. Like, fair.
One of them is petty. The other is for my own sanity. And both of them, if they stumble across it, say la vie. But at least I'm not the one who did it.
Say la vie. Listen, I cannot, in good conscience, ever send anything that I create to a specific person personally. If I post it and they see it,
say la vie.
Cool.
Yeah.
But for my sanity, I cannot present them with the thing. I say as if I don't actively participate in Vines, zines. I can't talk.
That's okay. I know. I was literally just like, well,
I don't know where I got Vine from.
The past.
The past.
The fucking 2010s called and they were like, hey, remember us? And we're like, no, what the fuck are you doing here?
Oh, yeah.
No, I was actually, except...
No, please go away.
Move.
Don't come back.
No, I think the scenes I'm very careful about when I do art. Because I know that a person for whom I need to maintain my sanity will see it. But otherwise, I could do. That's honestly kind of why it's taken me this long to do it. Is I had to like, well, actually, there's a lot of.
Oh, real.
Yeah, actually, there's quite a bit that goes into the reasoning, but that's a good chunk of them going into that is not fun nor related to pull for initiative. So, but I've gotten over most of that. So now I'm just c'est la vie. God, I'm staring at.
C'est la vie.
Yeah, I'm staring at my my spreadsheet as I so often love to do. God, Act 2 goes through so much.
It really does. It like zooms.
It does.
Through the amount of content that we receive from this one act.
Yeah. Because I remember, episode... I'm gonna see if I can just remember this shit now. I'm curious if I just can remember based on the titles alone.
Genuinely, I am still, like, forever surprised that it has taken so many acts for us to actually feel that, oh no, everything is horrible and people are actively, like, at risk of no longer being alive.
Well, I actually think I have an answer for that. And I think it's because the universe is going really easy on these. You know what for me was the turning point?
Everything feels like until a certain point. So I did not mean to cut you off.
No, you're good. I think there might be a slight delay because Discord always has a slight delay. Oh no, I was gonna say, because you know what I think the turning point for me personally is? The fight with Varric.
What?
Okay, definitely delayed.
Yeah.
I think I am definitely delayed. I'm going to pop out and then pop back into the call really quick.
Okay, I will be here.
Okay, hopefully. Did it let me back in?
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay, cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Is it good? We're good?
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, I could tell by the way that you were responding
Okay, cool.
to me that I had been
We just
delayed.
needed to shake Discord a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I could tell that you by the timing of your responses that I had been delayed. So we're good. But yeah, I can't remember what episode it is specifically. Or actually, I mean, no. There's two turning points. There's Jailbreak and then the fight with Varric. Because Jailbreak
kind of hit very hard and fast.
Oh god, it did. Because yeah, Jailbreak is the first time. Because you know what it is? Is Jailbreak is the first time there are permanent consequences. In a way. Like, not actually. Like, there are plenty of things Lise and Cass do that stick for the rest of the series. But Jailbreak is like... I think it's the first time we had a good person die that was not for story reasons. Because I know Quinn dying was technically like a roll of the dice situation. But I feel like him dying... Because it's episode 1, it feels more like a story beat.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it feels like honestly...
We didn't have an attachment to Quinn. We didn't know Quinn when he died.
Like, and especially, like, honestly, like, as much as, like, we could have I feel like we could have maybe saved Quinn, I feel like his death does help to spur Lise onwards. Because it's the first time Lise, the character, has experienced violent consequences on someone other than herself, I think, is probably the best way to put it. And so she's like, oh shit. And that also gives her, like, because, like, Quinn dying is also kind of what helps her, like, bond with Cassandra. It gets a lot of, like, stuff going. Jailbreak is really, from what I can remember, the first time someone dies who we know, and it feels... And it's not actually, but it feels random. Like, it feels like they could have done something differently and then didn't. Even though, if I'm remembering that fight correctly, there wasn't a ton they could do. I think that's also when ship or another ship happens, which, like, traumatized us.
Yeah. Honestly, I think ship or another ship was always going to end the way that it did.
No. Actually, you know what? I believe Ben when he says the other option was the Shifting Tempest. Like, I do genuinely believe that there is a way that they could have walked out of that situation okay. I just think Ben knows us well enough to make the story beat hit. So, I will talk because you're muted a little bit. Oh, I should move your sprite up a little bit, actually. Oh, I locked it. I'm genius.
Okay.
You're back.
Sorry.
No, you're good.
I'm back.
I also just... Oh, no. Sorry, I'm trying to, like, move stuff around within... There we go. I'm putting you up slightly higher now. Oh.
I have been moved.
You've been moved. Like, I fully believe if we had voted for another ship, we could have had a good, happy escape. But we didn't. And I think that's what it is. It's like, we not all...
Yeah.
It's the audience and Elise.
Yeah, that might... Sorry, Discord, like... The timing of that was a little bit off, I think. Sorry.
No, you're good. Like I said, it does that.
I think it was the fact that it was our vote that seemingly was the thing that made the bad ending happen. But I'm also I'm not entirely convinced that it wasn't always going to end with somebody, like, with somebody on like Lisa's side dying. I think somebody was always going to die during Prison Break, but maybe it wouldn't have been as bad. But we don't know.
We don't know.
We don't know. We don't know what Ben
Sorry.
had planned for that episode, or what another ship would have been.
Well, no, I think he said another ship would have been the Shifting Tempest. I remember, because I'm pretty sure Lux asked afterwards, like, what would have happened if we voted the other way.
I think you're right. I think I might have forgotten about that.
Yeah, no, I honestly, I do believe that. I feel like
you're right.
I do think that we would not have escaped consequence because it was a jailbreak, but I do think they would have been significantly less severe if we had voted in the other direction. Or maybe even not happened in that episode and been delayed a little bit longer. But I think because we voted the way we did, I think actually, you know what it is there's 2 points because there are 2 different pieces in play. I think for the audience, it was jailbreak because at that point, Ben has figured out how we work. And so he knows how to make it more ambiguous. Because here's the thing. We jest, we joke. I do not for a second genuinely believe Ben has ever been malicious over the course of Poll for Initiative. I think he's been interested to see what happens when things go wrong. I don't think he's ever been actively...
No. I don't think Ben is... Yeah, no, he has never set us up to fail on purpose. Or, quote, fail, you know?
Yeah,
but I think he wanted the options to be more ambiguous, so that while we choose to influence the story, we won't be able to accurately predict how we influence it, because there's that element of surprise that every DM in a D&D campaign or any like tabletop roleplay game needs to have. And if you figure out how the DM works and how you can influence that story, you can change it. And I think by him figuring out how we work, he opened it up to be more open-ended, if that makes sense.
No, yeah, absolutely. I also think...
But no, I don't think, for all that we joke, he is not an actively malicious person. He, you know?
No, yeah, because I think, because actually there's 2 parts here.
He wouldn't set us up to like...
Yeah. Any ending Poll for Initiative gets, we have collectively earned. We have not been handed it, and we have not been doomed to it. Any ending Poll for Initiative Bedlam gets, we have earned. With blood, sweat, and tears. But it's kind of like 2 parts. One, I think, because there's like, I think part of it too is like there's this thing that happened. I'm sure this has always been happening, but I think it's become more evident with the increase of D&D in the public eye, of people who assume tabletop games are DM versus the player and not a collaborative storytelling experience. Which is why I'm like, no, we signed up to be part of a collaborative storytelling experience. And that's what we're getting. And I honestly think that Ben getting to know how we vote over the course of the series really helps feed into what's happening in the show. Because I was looking at it, right? And I was like, at the very, very beginning, we were a little bit unsure of how we were voting. We were like, kind of, it's a new concept. We don't know these characters very well. Sometimes we're kind of fucking around. It had to do with like, there were some people who were there towards the beginning who were more willing to kind of push the buttons a bit. And that's like at the very beginning when Lisa's journey is very choppy. She's still getting used to everything. And then we kind of hit the middle and we as an audience were more often than not, especially considering like polls in other crowds of Ben's stuff, like we joke like, oh, this chat can never make a decision. We really hit a point in poll for initiative where we were almost always unanimous. And we were almost always voting for what was clearly or seemed to be clearly the best option for Lise. Because we're invested now. And that's also the point when Lise starts hitting her groove, partially because of us, partially because of her like own power. And then you start getting to where Ben is like, okay, how do I make these more ambiguous? And that also coincides with things starting to get harder for Lise. And I think we've actually had a couple times now, like, people like us arguing in chat. Because also, you know what's the other thing? We started talking to each other in chat about options. I was just thinking about that. I remember in the very, very beginning, we would often just throw out a number, but as the polls get harder and more ambiguous, we're starting to collaborate on answers. And even then, sometimes people vote differently. And that's where you start getting into the choppier aspects of Jailbreak, the Fortune Empress, 3 weeks later, the Cave Bunny. And then I think that's, yeah, Jailbreak is like our turning point. And then I think the fight with Varric, where she almost loses, is Lisa's, but that's a different thing.
Oh yeah, that's a different like point of topic.
Yeah,
I can words, but our turning point was when we realized, I think, our action, like our choices, like the audience's votes, do influence how the story turns out.
Yeah.
Versus like, oh, you know, are we going to give Lisa a nightmare or a dream? Versus, oh, this has an actual like lasting, you know, ship or another ship isn't obvious. You know, like this has active consequences. But there's also like a point earlier than Jailbreak that I was thinking about where Ben was like, should Bedlam help Lise or make things harder?
God, yeah.
And we all voted for Bedlam to help Lise, but I think that was around the time that we started like talking things through.
Yeah. I don't think it was the first help.
Like talking the options through instead of like pushing like with each other instead of pushing the button. Yeah, it wasn't the first help or hinder, but it was like some
it's a later one.
Point around that time when people started realizing like, oh, maybe we should talk about what we think would be the best option.
Yeah. And the
to go through instead of choosing like pressing button first.
Yeah. And actually, honestly, I was thinking about it. And I was like, we pretty consistently went for Dream. And I remember because I think Ben called out Fool at one point, back when Fool attended the PFI streams, for being the only person to ever want to vote Nightmare. And I was thinking about it, and I was like, I feel like at a certain point, as part of the Ben figuring out what makes the audience tick process, because I'm like 90% sure there's a couple of times where Lise gets important information during the nightmares.
Yeah.
Which is also kind of fucked up, because then that also pits us against Lise, because in a way, a dream is better for her, and we want what's better emotionally for her. But did any of those nightmares involve information that would have been helpful? That we'll never know, or that she found out later? Because we picked Dream? Because she sees her dad in a nightmare.
Was there a nightmare where there was a nightmare where she I think it was the Kraken specifically, like the Kraken nightmare where like the ship was being like torn apart, and I think it was about her dad, like Lisa's dad.
She gets to see what was happening to her dad at one point.
Yeah, and that was around the time that they said that like we find out later, August, like the ship that August was originally on was attacked. He was forced to work for what was his name?
Lockjaw.
Lockjaw, yeah. And then he couldn't leave. Because if he left, that would mean that his death, but also maybe even Lisa's death.
Yeah.
Like, Lockjaw is not a good person, and I feel like Lockjaw would be the kind of person that would target somebody's family if they tried to leave him. Like, leave his, service,
Yeah. I'm gonna go back to a different point in a second, but I also just realized in that context, can you imagine Lockjaw finds out that this guy who left him without fully paying, quote unquote, had a wife and a kid.
Mm-hmm.
He sends them a letter saying, I'm gonna pay me off or I will come kill your kid. And Lisa's mom just fucking throws it away.
Oh. Would she have opened the letter?
I think she would have, because I was thinking about it. Because you mentioned the Kraken attack. If I'm remembering the canon stuff correctly, Orin was the only empire, the only country, whatever, right, who used Krakens as siege weapons. So if Lockjaw has a Kraken, he has already started working with Orin. And I have no fucking doubts that they already would have started getting their hands in fucking Tielen Rune by then.
Probably pretty early on, right?
Yeah.
That Orin. Because there was a reason that Quinn went to Tielen Rune in maybe a not so legal way. Because when Lise left, it was sort of implied that Quinn had to keep quiet about how he came into and was going to leave Tielen Rune.
Yeah. And especially because
and I would imagine that Quinn is very obviously not a friend of the Orin Empire. So
yeah.
I would imagine that, that would have its own issues.
Yeah. You know what else? One of the fucking artifacts Sepulchre was after was in Tielen Rune. So if she's already got her fingers in some pies, no fucking way the Orin Empire wasn't already in talks with the fucking Tielen Rune nobles. And they're way too well established by the time we see Cass get back from the time freeze. No.
5 years. 5 years is a long time, but 5 years when two powers, ambassadors and countries are talking to each other. That is not a lot of time to have that level of respect
and cooperation
and camaraderie and cooperation with each other. That's no time.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure now, thinking about it, that by the time
they were far too familiar with each other for that to have been
yeah, especially getting the exiles required for the Orin Empire, and especially actually because I have just thinking about this, just thinking out loud, I have no reason to believe that Sepulchre wouldn't have some awareness of the prophecy. And I think if she has some awareness of the prophecy, she is aware of Lise DeForest's existence and her importance. And how do you get someone out of the way for long enough to put your plans into action? I would not doubt that Sepulchre was puppeting shit behind the scenes the whole time. Getting the setup for the relationship between the Orin Empire and Tielen Rune ready. And then when Varric freezes the Chaos Crusaders in time, bam, start the war, start the relationships, we're good to go. fucked up. God,
my head is in my hands. I have and soft taco.
That also, like, it's one of those things, because, like, re-listening, because Pull for Initiative, Lise is a genuinely kind person, and so she, in a lot of ways, just loves taking people in and showing them kindness, especially when they are someone who, like herself, has not been shown kindness prior. And so listening to, like, episode 2, when they're, like, getting attacked by who we now know to be Soft Taco and the Shifting Tempest, knowing they're under Lockjaw's control and that all Soft Taco wants is for her baby to be okay, and knowing that Crunchwrap Supreme is on the Shifting Tempest in a little cage.
Like, knowing what we know.
It completely changes the scene, because, like, it's scary. Instead of, because I think what it does, right? Because fucking Gillung dies. A lot of people die in that fight, but, like, Gillung dies, right? And that's, like, a important mentor figure for Cassandra. He was a little mean to Lise, but, like, he still let her, like, on the ship and, like, took her, like, in instead of just telling her to fuck off. Like, he probably could have. So, like, Gil dying to Soft Taco, when it first happened, it was like, oh no, Gillung sacrificed himself. And now is, like, a perfect example about how war hurts everybody. Because neither one of them had to be in that situation. Soft Taco could have just been chillin'. Gillung had a contract with Lockjaw, but because Orin has been sticking their fingers in shit, Lockjaw now has basically ransom under which he is keeping Soft Taco. And he kills Gil, if indirectly, because Gil has no way of knowing that this Kraken is basically a fucking prisoner of war. Like, forced to fight for a cause she doesn't even believe in because she's been hurt mentally and physically. It's so sad. You're just like, no!
Thinking of, like, what we know now about Soft Taco and how, in any other circumstance, Soft Taco would not have been doing what she was doing. But it is her baby. The one thing that this Kraken cares about is her baby.
It's her baby. And especially...
And it makes me so sad.
Yeah,
it's her baby.
It's her baby. And especially because Krakens are, like, severely endangered. Probably because of Orin.
Mm-hmm.
Because, like, a lot of... if Krakens are anything like real deep-sea squid fish type creatures, reproduction takes a long time and is very dangerous for a lot of, like, deep-sea critters and cephalopods, right? And so if Orin is using Krakens as siege weapons, can you imagine how many Krakens didn't even grow up to reproductive age?
Yeah. This isn't about, like, squid types, but it is about deep sea, like, creatures. But part of the reason why, like, megalodons, the big sharks, part of the reason why it's believed that they went extinct is because it was so dangerous. It became so dangerous for them to reproduce. Their children were, like, dying, like the cooling of the earth post, like, the extinction events and everything. The cooling of the ocean, like the ocean waters, killed off the nursery, like the quote, like nurseries in which the baby megalodons lived. And so they had to swim with their parents but other predators would pick off the newborn babies, like baby megalodons. And so they died out because it takes a long time for like sharks or any deep sea creature really to reproduce. Like like squids and octopus and stuff, it takes a long time.
Yeah.
And then if they don't even reach like maturity, the age of like maturity and reproduction, then they're not going to reproduce. They're all going to die out. And that's probably like a big factor into why like krakens became extremely endangered, because the Ord Empire would take the ones that were big enough and use them as siege weapons. And then I would assume that like pirates or navies or whoever is like on the seas would just kill krakens because they viewed them as dangerous.
Yeah, and especially
and like a danger to their safety, the way that humans do sharks a lot of the time.
Yeah, and I think especially too, like in the context of, like Amaris and Orin, if I'm remembering correctly, when they get a hold of the stone that has like the mental link with Soft Taco, I feel like Cassandra was surprised. And so, like, especially if, because obviously Orin doesn't, like, this is a huge boon for Orin to have basically ocean siege weapons that no one else has, and they don't want anyone else getting access to their fucking siege weapons. And so they probably didn't tell any of the other, like, fucking nations that they're, like, using a very painful form of mind influencing. And so, like, the other countries probably just thought krakens were inherently violent creatures. And then we get to talk to one, and it's like, oh no, you're being forced into this as much as anybody else here is. On, like, threat of violence, because the Ord Empire is a fascist state. Whoa.
The Ord Empire is a fascist state.
Imagine.
And it's just it when we look back on what, like, on these episodes, and we know what we know about Soft Taco and Crunchwrap Supreme and just krakens as a whole, I feel it makes me feel emotions. Like, not to bring up another fic that we wrote, but the Kraken fic.
I love that fic so much.
Made me feel emotions.
I know.
Writing it. While I was writing it, I was like, I am sad.
Yeah, no, I still go back and re-listen to the podfic I made of it sometimes when, like, I'm driving to work. Just to listen to it and just be like,
I love the podfic.
Cries, actually. Kindness.
It had the tone and the emotions I was going for, like, perfectly. I was like, yeah, Opal gets it.
Your writing has a very much of a rhythm to it. It's one of the reasons I really like your writing, is because you have a very distinct sense of rhythm, and voice. That's why I still want to do a full, like, actually not in the middle of the night reading of the 3 things that we wrote in our DMs. Especially the least one.
Yeah.
Crawls into the sea. Yeah, it's honestly, like, that's one of the wildest things about re-listening to, I mean, a lot of series, but especially something like Pull for Initiative from the top, is getting to see all of those, like, past details in a completely new light. Because, like, in episode 4, when they touch down in Shantytown, like, Lise and Cass kind of disregarding, like, the Orin soldiers, and, like, people being, like, mildly annoyed that they're there. Like, no one's happy that Orin's here, but, like, no one's threatened by them being here. Like, Lee sees the Fortune Empress and is like, oh, haha, I want that ship. Or, like, I want something as big as that ship. It's, like, kind of, like, playing up, like, almost a vanity thing. Like, Lise has it, like, because she's, like, the captain of a ship, and that's, like, kind of going to her head a little bit, and I love her. And, like, they're talking about, like, the Empress of Caliban. And, like, Cass, like, offhandedly mentions, like, oh, yeah, I heard about this guy named Artemis from Quinn. And just, like, knowing things and facts.
Knowing that Artemis really looked at, like, at the Chaos Crusaders and went, oh, well, somebody has to make sure you people, like, are taken care of. I guess it's gonna be me.
Yeah.
And my spouse. Lise adopts so many parental figures.
God, Lise lost one dad and then gets, like, 4 new dads.
Lise is just collecting, like, yeah, we get Merlin.
I say Merlin, Artemis, Zachary.
We get Artemis.
August, but he's older now.
August. The return of August.
Flint, I think she just kind of vibes with. Flint is a cowboy who is here. And we love him anyways.
Flint is the cowboy that you vibe with. Mans is like, you saved my sister. We uncovered this, like, government conspiracy together. It's great. We're just vibing. Yee.
And then he's like,
how?
And then Flint sends his regards.
Flint sends his regards.
God. Or, like, God, you know what else that just, like, hit me over the head saying that? Way back in episode 2.
Yes.
When Lise has that first conversation with Bedlam, which is a whole other thing. The first conversation she has with Bedlam versus, like, some of their later conversations on the Shifting Tempest. Holy shit, first of all. Because that first conversation she has with Bedlam is before he starts doing the time freeze thing for her. When they, like, talk. And so she's, like, getting upset, and, like, she, like, lights, like, a couple, like, tiny fires and, like, stamps him out. And it's like, oh, haha, Lise, like, doesn't have a solid control of her magic, and it's like, oh, she's got, like, this silly, like, sorcery anger issues. Because if you're gonna play a sorcerer, why, if their magic isn't influenced by their emotions, what the fuck are you doing? And, like, thinking about that versus the end of Act 3, when Lise is charged with so much magic that she burns down part of a city against her will. Like, episode 1 has Lise burning down a single house only because she is charged by the Phoenix Feather. And that's the beginning of the series. And Act 3... And she, like, does not feel very much remorse for that, because it was her mom's house, so, like, fuck that lady. But then, in the beginning of the end, and in, like, 3 weeks later, where, like, you find out that Lise was so charged with magic that she accidentally burnt down part of a city, and she feels so upset about it that she locks herself in isolation for 3 weeks?
God.
Holy shit.
Yeah.
And also, God, 3 weeks later kills me every time.
All the things that we learned about Pull for Initiative, just, it makes me feral.
True.
I am sitting here and I'm like, I'm chewing on the walls. I will eat the sun. Shaking the bars of my enclosure as we speak.
The eclipse was today because the sun was trying to hide from us. Because the thing, too, with, like, 3 weeks later, the thing that drives me the most feral about it, besides everything about it, is, I remember having this thought back. This is why I wrote, Please Come Home to My Arms Again, back when this episode, like, first aired. from the point where they meet, Lise and Cassandra meet, and they have their silly little interaction, and Cassandra like takes Lise downstairs, right? That whole time they're on the boat, Lise is pretty much attached to Cassandra because she doesn't know anyone else on this boat, and she doesn't know what boats are. So she's like, this woman has already been shown to be nice to me and to be vulnerable with me. I'm just gonna stick with Cassandra. I genuinely cannot think of a period of time where they would have been apart for more than maybe an hour prior to 3 weeks later. Like, they're fucking in it. Attached at the hip, practically. From episode 2 to episode 38. And then you open up 39, revealing that they have not seen each other for 3 weeks? Especially considering, like, when they get out of the worm, the first thing Cassandra does is, like, hug and kiss Lise. And she's covered in, like, stomach acid. And Cassandra is still like, no, I need to be close to you. And, like, Lise pretty consistently, like, initiates, like, hand-holding and, like, bumping up against her and, like, kisses. Like, they're very much a physically affectionate couple. And you're telling me 3 weeks?
3 weeks? I'm losing it. I've
lost it. It's gone. Goodbye.
I'm having very big emotions, but the words.
Yeah. And then fucking after that, the cave bunny is the thing that happened. Oh my god, the cave bunny.
The cave bunny.
Like, I went back because there is exactly one short on the Pull for Initiative YouTube channel. There is one short, and it is just Ben joking about how he let Seth pick what was scariest to Lise, and it's Cassandra dying.
Yeah.
That being, so I rewatched that short because I was trying to remember what it was, and I remembered, and I went, oh fuck, I remembered. Asked and answered, I guess.
Oh no.
Also, I just had a very sad
The emotions have returned.
They've returned. Slightly different. But I was reminded, because I was joking with Lux about, like, starting my second eyebrow raise Pull for Initiative fic, we'll say. And that I didn't know when I was going to get back to it, because I wanted to finish Hold Me Close first. And Lux pointed out that forever ago I started a Cassandra fic that starts at Cassandra's birth and goes to the very beginning of Act 3. I think. It ends on episode 24. With a time skip. And, was joking like, are you gonna finish that at some point? And I was like, maybe. Don't worry about it. But I was thinking about that, right? And the thing is...
Maybe. Don't look at me.
Part of that fic kind of goes into, because I think they've talked about this in canon even, although I can't remember exactly when. Partially because of their party roles and their party composition, and partially because they're both gay as hell, Cassandra goes down a lot. She is partially...
Yeah.
Because she's like...
Bards are...
Yeah. Well, because she's...
Bards are not built to take a lot of damage.
Yeah. But she kind of has to tank. For a little bit.
But she kind of has to tank, yeah. Like, Bards are... She's a little bit better than Lise when it comes to, like, being a tank. Because sorcerers are kind of way back there, and at least, like, Cassandra has more of a strength stat than Lise does. If I remember correctly, isn't Lise at like a -1?
Lise does have a -1 modifier to strength, yes.
In strength. Yeah.
Yeah, strength and dex, because sorcerers are charisma casters. And I mean, so are bards, but Cassandra is built to be a combatant, so I feel like her strength and dex are both a little higher. So she can take the hits, but Cassandra does go down a couple of times. Lest we forget the time that Zazie knocked her out. It's
significantly more than it's fine, don't worry about it.
we
Cassandra goes down a lot.
Yeah.
A lot more than, like, Helga.
Oh, for sure.
Because Helga's
actually a tank.
Lise is... Yeah, Helga's actually a tank. Lise is not built to take damage, but does not take a lot of damage compared to, like, Cassandra.
Yeah. Well, because Cassandra's also at least partially a melee build, because she has, like, a sword that she can do okay damage with and, like, melee spells. And Lise has a couple of melee spells, but not nearly as many. Just because sorcerers don't have as many spells, period.
Lise is more built to be at a distance.
Yeah. She's a glass cannon.
And I could go on a very long rant about how that is about how Lise being built to fight from a distance has so many parallels to how she was raised. That just makes me sad.
Go on the rant, that's what we're here for.
Okay, Lise was raised in a way, you know, her mother has everybody in Tielenrune did not like Lise. So emotionally, Lise had to keep everybody except specifically the Fae at an arm's length. She had to keep them at a distance to protect herself. Because anytime we have seen from Lisa's flashbacks from Lisa's stories from the first episode to, like, when Lise and her mother met each other again in the Oran Empire, that whenever her mother is within touching distance of Lise, she hits her.
Fuck.
Lise has learned to fight back and to keep everybody at a distance. Nobody can touch her if she doesn't let them get close.
Eating the sun like a goddamn croissant. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck.
Which says a lot about the way that she very quickly warmed up to Cassandra, to Lexi, to Helga, to all of these people who have treated her with kindness. I mean, putting a slight pin in that thought to branch out and say, Helga and Lexi were did not start off on a good foot with Lise. Like, neither did, Soft Taco, but when they were able to bond and Lise was able to get through to them and talk to them, she very quickly allowed them to be in a state that they could get close to her. Like, physically and emotionally, you know?
Yeah.
Which, I will eat the sun on this. Lise has very few people in comparison to, like, the rest of the world.
Yeah.
There are very few people Lise lets within touching distance of her. Because of how she was treated in Tielenrune. And I will die on the hill that is partially what influenced her to learn to cast magic at a distance. This is, like, in parentheses, we are going to ignore the fact that in D&D, like, rules of D&D, that sorcerers canonically, their whole, like, spell thing, their spells require them to be at a distance.
Well,
we're going to ignore that.
I mean, there are melee spells. Like, because Cassandra has a couple of them. There are definitely ways to be a melee caster. Lise is not one.
Lise is not one.
God, I had not even thought about that, but it makes so much sense.
Lise is the kind of person I imagine they give a weapon to, and then they very quickly take it away. Except the guns. Lise can have a gun.
She can have a gun.
She can have a gun. A gun is a distance weapon. Any melee weapons, I feel like Lise is not allowed to wield.
She has a dagger, and she's really bad at using it.
She has a dagger, and she's really bad at using it. So she doesn't use it.
Yeah. Fuck. That's so true, though. Actually, you know what else? You know what I'm thinking, too? You know what's kind of the through line with Helga, Lexi, and Soft Taco? Well, 2 through lines. First of all, she meets all of them after she's met Cassandra, so she has a safe person to return to. Because I kind of, like, got the sense that, like, I think I talked about this a little bit, like, when we were talking about, the fact that August disappeared. It's like, I always kind of got the vibe that Alan Way wasn't as bad when August was there, because he was willing to stand up for Lise, and he was, like, a safe person for her to return to. So, when he disappears, that's when she gets really bad, because now there is no one who has any objections to the way she treats Lise. Lise no longer has, like, her only safe people are people she is actively restricted from seeing, because especially up until she's, like, a teenager, young adult, her mom ultimately has control over where and when she goes places. Especially if it's, like, pre-Lise being able to kind of hold her own, because now there is a looming threat of physical violence over anything Lise does. But so she meets, like, Helga, Lexi, and Soft Taco after she's met Cassandra, who has become her new safe person that she can go back to. Who literally not only is, like, emotionally safe, but physically safe, because Cassandra is bigger and stronger than Lise is. But also, all 3 of them are people who have been actively fucked over by authority figures. Because she, like, that's how they get Lexi to join them.
Found family and the outcasts and the misfits.
Yeah. Because that's even what they tell Lexi when they're, like, convincing her to leave Lockjaw. They're like, if you don't know what's happening, he's clearly leaving you out of this. And if he's leaving you out of this, he doesn't see a future for you here. And Lockjaw's reputation is he's not about to let loose ends lie. And kind of the same thing with Helga, where they're like, no, Helga, we know he's lying to you. Like, he understands that you are compassionate and kind, and he is using that against you. And Helga does knock them out a little bit, but it's okay. But even then, like, they lash out with violence because of, like, how they, like, who they are, and, like, Soft Taco in this case is, like, actively is, like, being hurt. And, like, the second Lise realizes that they're lashing out because they're hurting, she's like, oh, I get it. It's okay. I do that too. You can be safe here.
Like, oh, we're the same.
Yeah.
You can be safe here.
Because I feel like that's also, like... Because, like, while she gets... I feel like that also, in a weird way, kind of shows why Flint didn't come with them. Because Flint had somewhere to go back to. And Lise... Because I think he even offers to go with them. And Lisa's like, no. You have people who you can go back to. Go back to them. Like, don't, like, even if, like, his sister specifically is leaving Oh, what is the city called? I cannot remember off the top of my head. Yeah. Even if, Dustport. It's called Dustport. I think. Don't quote me on that. Like, even if, I think Jessie is her name, is specifically leaving Dustport, he still has a community there that need him, especially now that, Doug Dimmadome, but not really, has left. She's like, no, there's people here who need you. Stay here with the people who want you to be here, who love you. Because she's never had a community before. And she's building one, but it's small. It's not a whole city.
These are the people that yeah, that's true. And like, in reference to Flint and the people who, like, the community that cares about him, these are people that he has risked, like, so much to help.
Yeah.
And who, they're all, without Flint, I think that city would have been very bad a long time ago.
Oh, for sure.
And that the only reason that Flint ended up leaving,
well, he didn't leave until
was because they no longer, yeah, he didn't leave until the war started, when not just his community needed him, but other people.
Yeah.
And we don't entirely know what happened in the 5 years between Lise meeting Flint and the war. We don't know what happened.
Oh, for sure. Well, actually, because didn't August... If I'm remembering August's, like... Because he tells Lise kind of what has happened. At least from his perspective, what's been happening in the past 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
And I want to... Because there was, like... Because that's the other thing. Like, August always being one step behind Lise. And so he kept hearing about, like, the grand, wonderful things his little girl was doing, but he could never find her to congratulate her personally. Kills me.
Yeah.
But also, like, if I'm remembering correctly, I think Flint, he did end up leaving, and I think August was like, you knew Lise. I'm looking for Lise. And Flint was like, I'm also looking for Lise. Let's join together. Because I think, isn't that also how they met up with Lexi? Because Lexi was like... Fuck.
August's whole crew was just people who were like, we are looking for Lise.
Yeah, Lexi was like, fuck, now I gotta run this entire empire by myself!
Yeah.
God, Lexi's cool as hell. Can we have...
I love Lexi.
I want canon art of Lexi so bad. We have one piece of canon Lexi art. And Helga. Please. Riley, if you're listening to this...
Riley, if you're listening, sorry, that's my alarm. I don't know if you heard that.
I did not hear that, you're good.
Okay.
Riley, if you're out there.
Riley, if you hear this.
Please, can
Riley, if you're out there.
We'll crowdfund some money. I don't have money now, but, like, we'll crowdfund some.
We will crowdfund money. Charity stream for funding Riley to give us art.
Charity stream, but it's just us commissioning Riley. So true. God,
yeah, commission stream.
Yeah. Oh, I never got to my original point, but I just remembered my original point about Cassandra going down more consistently than Lise does. We see consistently throughout the series that Lise not only is usually further away from the action, but also kind of has, not plot armor going for her, but, like, the game Dungeons & Dragons is structured to allow the heroes to win. That's the point. You're playing a hero, you want to win. And so you have Cassandra Cassandra never dies. Cassandra goes down, but she does not die. Lise so far has been the only one to die. But Lise has a second chance, so it's okay if she dies a little bit. As long as only a little bit. So, like, Lise from her own perspective, is functionally immortal. I don't think she knew there was, like, I don't think there's any way that she could have known there was, like, she only got one of those a day. Like, obviously on a mental level, yes, but, like, on a, like, character level, as far as Lise was concerned, she's immortal. She'll just come back. But Cassandra doesn't have that. Cassandra doesn't have a second chance. So she's worried about Cassandra getting hurt and Cassandra dying. And so and that's, I think, why she even, like, tries to prevent Cassandra from going into the portal, because she's like, I can't come with you, and then you'll get hurt. But if I get hurt, it's okay, because I can come back. And then for Lise to die, when her biggest fear has been for a long time Cassandra getting hurt and dying, and then for Lise to lay down her life.
I'm eating the sun. I'm chewing on it. It has become my chew toy. I am going feral.
True. And, like, man, especially because, like, going from episode 1, Lise, who, like, because Lise talks a little bit about this in the, like, proposal scene, where she talks about, like, she was never happy, but she was content on Rune, because it was everything she'd ever known. And I think that kind of shows when, like, her status quo is interrupted by her house burning down, and her main concern is getting somewhere else that she recognizes to continue her status quo, just in a different location. Kind of, honestly, like, if you think about it. And then Quinn is like, no. Quinn literally being like, you can't go back now. There is no more status quo. And her being like, because she's kind of mean to him when he's, like, clearly trying to help. And, like, there's some reason to, like, distrust random man in the woods. But, like, even when he, like, proves that he's,
the
like,
random man in the woods.
Yeah. But even when he, like, goes to, like, lengths, like, to try to prove himself, like, trustworthy to her, it doesn't really sink in that people can be nice to her outside of the Fae until after he dies. Then she's like, fuck. No, people can show kindness. And from, like, that point forward, like, when she buries Quinn, from that point forward, she goes into life with kindness first. In a way that, like, no one has ever really done for her up until Quinn. Cries. Also, I just, going way back to the beginning of Lise is definitely autistic. Also, can we talk about fleeing to the Feywild, like to the Whispering Woods, to live with the Fae, who are inherently unable to understand humanity as it stands because they are a different species from a different time? And, like, the whole changeling child myth. Autism. Autism. More proof that Lisa's autistic.
And true, because pointing at the fact that Lise found more comfort and understanding in the Fae than with
her own relatives.
Anyone that she had, grown up around. Yeah. It's like handshake emoji. Like, we are shaking hands. Autism code.
I mean, like, that's literally, like, I feel like this is, like, maybe not a universal, but a very common, especially late diagnosed autistic experience of, like, on some level as a kid, understanding that you are different, but because you don't have words to put to it, frequently experiencing that as, like, a disconnect from humanity, often rationalized as being supernatural or mythical in some way. Like, I know for a fucking fact I was not the only one who did that, because I've seen other people talking about it. Like,
oh no, you...
Yeah.
Shaking hands, like...
Yeah, like rationalizing, like, oh, I don't feel like it's the I cannot fit in with the people around me, so maybe the problem is that I am not a person. And especially for Lise, who is literally not being treated like a person.
Mm-hmm.
And especially because I kind of got the vibe that the elves kind of view the Fae kind of related to, like, the stuff about, like, the Mistwalkers and, like, what happens with, like, the exiles, which I'm still, oh my god, the exiles. Like, the elves of Tiellenrune do not see the Fae as equal people. I think Lisa's mom even insults her friends. Although that's because Lisa's mom is a bitch. So, like, Lise specifically going out of society to find community with these people who are like herself, albeit in a different way, seen as less than elf, I guess, human, as we would normally say, but, like, less than elven. Autism.
Autism. Because, I mean, like, even, real life myths and legends about the Fae, they are other. They are not, like, people in the way that we can consider, like, humans people. Yeah. So in the way that Tiellenrune would consider elves to be, like, elves are people. Fae are other. Humans and half-elves, they are other. And it's like Lise finding comfort in the only other people deemed other, deemed not quite people, deemed something lesser, something different, something that's not quite right and will never be quite right. It's autism coded.
Autism. Man, now I'm thinking about the fucking, I don't know where, it's somewhere in my...
Autism.
It's autism. It's somewhere in my fucking computer. But now I'm thinking, oh my god, you know what that fits so well with? The one fucking line from the Lise thing. The, Lise DeForest is real and her mother hates her for it. Lise Avafen is not real and her mother hates her anyway.
Yes!
You know what that is? It's fucking autism, mommy. That's, like, in
autism, mom!
Like, in the way
Lise DeForest is real and her mother hates her for it.
Because Lise DeForest is her actual autistic child. Lise Avafen is her non-autistic, fully elven child who is not real, and because she is not real, her mom hates her.
Exactly. And it's like, and this, like, especially with, I don't know if this is, like common or another, like, a other person experiences this thing. But when I was younger, I had always wondered, like, if I was more, like, normal, would my mother have liked me better?
Yeah.
It's the autism. But, like, and so it's like, sometimes Lise wonders if, Lise DeForest is real and her mother hates her for it. If she was full elf, if she was not different, would her mother have loved her better?
And the answer was probably always
and
going to be no.
It's the answer is probably always going to be no, but it is always the question that you wonder, would other people, not just like parents, but would your community, who you have grown up around and have, like, realized that you are, like, always going to be different or considered, like, other, or like you more if you were more like them.
Yeah.
Lise DeForest is autism coded and ADHD coded. You cannot change my mind. Seth, if you're watching this,
we're right.
We're right. Yeah.
I'm sure you
I
agree.
didn't know where I was going with that.
No, you're right.
I'm sure
it's
you
fine.
agree. So, if you're watching this, tell us right now. Do you agree?
Yeah. I'm also responding very quickly to something. And then I will think more about Lise DeForest being autism. You know, man, you know who else is pretty autism coded? Helga.
Who?
Helga. I think I got delayed.
Helga is autism coded. You did get a little bit delayed.
That's fine, it happens.
It did that like skip thing. It happens. Yeah, Helga is very autism coded.
Yeah.
Having to have things explained, being like, I don't understand this social
Yeah. Like Helga
rule. Somebody explain.
Yeah, I feel like Helga is like very specifically because Lise is I would consider this is slightly projecting, but I would it's fine. When am I not? Like sort of like a mid support needs, like
And you're so real for it too.
Yeah. Like mid support needs, like she functions a lot better when there are people around her, but she won't necessarily die if she's left on her own.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe doesn't realize that until she actually has people to take care of her, and she's like, wait, fuck, you're not supposed to be tired literally all the time? Whereas Helga is someone who has been severely neglected. And has like a higher like needs, and Lise like seeing and like connecting and being like, oh, I know how to help you now. I have help and we can help you now. And like taking the time to like walk Helga through certain things, like explain to her like what these certain things mean, or like that Lockjaw is lying to her, that Elizabeth is flirting with her, like offering to help write the letter. Oh my, Lise offering to help write the letters to Elizabeth, and then when Helga wants to write them herself, like Lise fully taking the time to teach her how to read and write.
Yeah.
That sounded like a fucking bird.
Going feral.
I am the bird. Yeah, no, I'm just like...
We have transcended into being birds.
It's true. God, now I think about that.
It's the...
Because, like, there's a thing, right, that happens, and we have, thankfully, in a lot of ways, started to see this happen more, where when you have a neurodivergent child who is raised in an environment where either this is acknowledged and supported, or all the other adults around them are also neurodivergent and have learned to cope and can teach them coping skills, that's Cass's vibe to me. Like, maybe she's not perfect.
You're right.
But she's had people around her.
And everybody's experiences are different.
Yeah.
So she helps the way that she has learned how to help herself.
Yeah. And then subsequently can help Lise. Even if... I don't even think Cassandra really does it on purpose. Fuck, I changed my thing again. So much as just she loves Lise and she wants to help, and so she does in the way that she knows how, and it just happens that their brains match up really well.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm also... can I read a very short excerpt from a thing that has nothing to do with PFI, but is very much the vibe that I wrote yesterday?
I emoji.
Okay, cool. It's a whole thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. I just want to read it because it's... but you could probably kind of catch the vibe of this thing just by this one paragraph. Teeth are a threat. Teeth cut and saw and crush. Teeth are a threat in many places for many animals. Humans smile with their teeth. A smile with teeth is a genuine smile, except when it isn't, and the rules are not clear. Children cut their teeth on new experiences. Dogs understand a smile, but they do not return the favor because teeth are a threat. Humans take pride in their teeth, and they are ashamed of their teeth, and they strap metal and plastic to teeth to make them more perfect, because humans take pride in their teeth. No one will like you if you are too sharp. There are ways to make you less sharp, to make you more like a human who smiles with their teeth, and less like a dog who snaps and kills with theirs. If you cut your teeth, there are ways to fix them, and no one will know that you did not intend for them to be things to be this way. If you cut your teeth, they will wipe away the blood and tell you to be more careful next time. If you cut your teeth, they will watch you bleed and ask why you do not grow new teeth. They say you never stop learning. They say you will stop cutting your teeth. That's Lisa's vibe. That specific paragraph of that.
Yes.
No, yeah. I said I was feeling away last night. And I wrote that, and it's a whole little thing. But honestly, like, that specific, like, I feel like that specific is very much, like, Lisa's vibe of, like... And also, because she had, like, she canonically had, like, tutors. People like that she had, like, on Teal Rune. But I feel like it's kind of the same way that, like... When you get a teacher, or, like, a counselor, or, like, an aide... who doesn't actually like the people they're working with. And so, instead of wanting to help you, they want you to stop being you, which does not help anybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they want you to be normal. Quote, normal. Yeah. They're normal. Their version of normal. They want you to stop being different and stop being, like, other.
Yeah.
And a lot of the times that it's very you never quite understand what they want from you. Like, what specific people want from you, or, like, want you to be.
Yeah. And a lot of times they don't tell you because they want you to be normal, and normal people understand those kinds of things. Also, like, God, now I'm thinking about Foxblood. Lisa's best friend from childhood being a little fox who was tortured and torn from his family by the same people that ultimately refuse Lise access to community, and then being best friends because she saw him and immediately
they find comfort in the trauma, in the being other and separated, and
and especially because, like, Foxblood has no way to communicate that because he's a fox, and Lise doesn't need him to.
He's a fox
because she just sees him and she's like, we can be friends.
They don't need to be able to fully understand each other to, like, speak.
And also
the same language to know that the other understands.
Yeah. God, and when Foxblood was, like, dying, oh my god. Lise being so worried about him.
Yeah.
Every so often I remember that Foxblood was outside of the time bubble for those 5 years, and I kill a man.
And Foxblood had to live 5 years without Lise.
But then he was so excited when he got to lead them back to her.
And they said that he was so sad.
He was so sad. That's actually kind of like, that whole experience kind of shapes how Foxblood acted in All Is Fair in Love and War. Because he lost Lise again. And the last time he lost Lise, these are the people who took care of him. And so he goes back to them.
Yeah.
But they don't understand that he's going back to them because he knows he's lost Lise. Because he can't tell them.
And they don't understand, and he's trying to lead them back to Lise, because the last time he led them back to Lise, they understood. And they don't understand this time. Only Cassandra understands.
But even then it takes the way that
the way that I think about the fact that Cassandra leaving, not Lise, means that she can't take Foxbud with her. But the way that I feel in my soul that Foxbud would choose to go with Cassandra over staying with not Lise. Because Cassandra understands him in a way that no one else had been able to. But she also knew that that was not Lise.
Yeah. Honestly...
And they can mourn their Lise together.
Yeah. I honestly think I think Cassandra would have wanted to take Foxbud, but at the end of All Is Fair in Love and War, Cassandra is very specifically trying to shed being Cassandra Veer. Because Cassandra Veer was the person that Lise fell in love with, and as far as Cassandra is concerned, that woman is dead. Mm-hmm. And she died because okay, this actually is so have you ever seen Deep Space Nine, the Star Trek show?
I have not.
Okay. This actually is kind of appropriate. I just watched the pilot of Deep Space Nine last night. And do you care about Star Trek spoilers?
Give me the spoilers, I'm fine with it.
Cool. So the main character, or one of the main characters of Deep Space Nine is a guy named Captain Sisko. And part of his story is that his wife was killed in an attack years prior, right? And he meets these entities that exist outside of linear time, and he's trying to explain the concept of time to them, but they keep because they're like taking like the form of like his memories basically, because they're like digging around in his brain. And so flashback to like when he met his wife on the beach, or like a baseball game he was playing with his son, or like an opening scene on the show where his son was like fishing in a river and he comes to like tell him that they have to go. But they keep returning to the scene where his wife is dying or dead. Because he also had to leave her body behind because they were being attacked on a spaceship, and so they were like, we need to get out of here. And so they have to physically drag him away. This is like the opening scene of this show, by the way. They have to physically drag him away from his wife's body. Because he doesn't want to leave her behind, but they're like, you're our commander, we need you. And so this like entity keeps returning to that moment. And they're like, if time is linear, why do you still exist here in this moment? And he eventually breaks down and is like, because I never left. Like, he's been stuck in that moment with her for years. Because he doesn't want to let go. And I feel like that's kind of what was happening with Cassandra in All Is Fair in Love and War. I hadn't seen that scene at the time, so I didn't like go into it with that idea. But like, Cassandra Veer, especially because she was Ramhorns for so long prior to being Cassandra, right? Because of the like, privateer thing. So like she put on this idea like like her adulthood was mostly spent as Ramhorns, who was like a big tough privateer, you know, shaped by the seas. And this is actually kind of what the concept of my cat's backstory fic is. And then when she meets Lise, and they allow themselves to connect on an emotional level, she basically lets Lise, in a way, have Cassandra Veer. Right? Because she's saying, like, I'm giving myself to you because you already gave yourself to me, in a way. And so we're exchanging this like form of personhood. And so you get to Lise dies. Cassandra's in mourning, obviously. They think they bring Lise back. They get married. I think she may or may not, I can't remember if she calls herself Cassandra Veer de Forest, but that's kind of that's like a thing in my head. Like, you know, they have like a joined last name, or maybe they took maybe she took the name de Forest because Veer is no longer really a name that means anything. So she could even have been like Cassandra de Forest, who is married to Lise de Forest, except she never got married to Lise de Forest because Lise did not survive until their wedding day. And so, at the end of All Is Fair in Love and War, she doesn't have a personhood left because she already left ram horns back on the other side of the time jump, and Cassandra in the cave where Lise died. And so she's like, I have to go be somebody else. And then she does. And that's specifically why she doesn't take, like, well, one of the reasons. Like, that's one of the reasons she specifically is like, you cannot come with me. Even if we are not, like, even if we have acknowledged we are no longer pretending to be together, I have to be somebody else. And also, if I'm remembering the last line correctly, also why she says, I can't wait to get to know you, Lise, at the end. Because she knows they are two different people. And they have the same face, and they have the same names as the people before, and they are different people.
I'm eating this.
I'm also now realizing this is very similar to a lot of my Tales from Rifdale analysis. God damn it, Ben. Why do you keep doing this?
Ben, I'm shaking you by the shoulders.
This is why so many of the people who like Pull for Initiative and PFI are trans.
Yeah. Bard is very transcoded, I think. Bard? Not to derail back into TFR.
Oh no, you're so right. Bard is... Did you hear that man's name? That's a trans-ass name.
It really is. Look me in the eye and tell me the parents that disowned him for wanting to be an artist, they did not name him after famous artists.
Absolutely
they did not.
No, they did not. That man named himself. God, no, sorry, no, I don't think I'd actually put together that that's what happened in All Is Fair is Love and War until just now. Like, I think I knew that in the back of my head when I was writing, but I had not yet said it out loud about it. Because, like, I think I literally posted the last line of that fic to some of my friends, because I just wanted to stare at it, like, by itself. Oh yeah, because that's also... You want to know another interesting, cool fact about All Is Fair in Love and War?
Yes, give me the facts.
Let me go find the last line to make sure that I'm doing it right. Oh god, where did I put it? Oh no, did I put it in a fucking spoiler and I just fully forgore? Okay, no, the screenshot was more...
Forgore?
Yeah, because, like, I mean, this fic talks a lot about, like, Cassandra not being comfortable being physically affectionate with not Lise, because she's not Lise. Like, that's kind of the whole thing with, like, the scene with August, right? I think Cassandra literally says this in the fucking fic, where, like, she knows what question August is going to ask her, and she knows that she is going to tell the truth, and she knows that she is not answering the actual question he is asking, because the question he is asking is inherently flawed. Because, from Cassandra's perspective, she is being loyal to Lise, because that's not Lise, and she is not going to kiss her. And especially because they are such, like, a physical couple. Like, this is, you know... Cassandra withdrawing physical affection is, like, a big deal, because it's like, okay, something is wrong. And so, yeah, the last line being, I did mean it, Notley said, fussing with Cassandra's jacket. I'm going to miss you. I appreciate it. Cassandra looked at her, aware of the rings on a chain against her chest, aware of their twins on Notlisa's finger. To both of their surprise, Cassandra leaned in, giving her a gentle kiss between the eyebrows. I can't wait to get to know you, Lise. Her being not just physically affectionate, but I feel like physically affectionate in a way that is explicitly more platonic than any of their regular interactions. And acknowledging that as much as she is not Cassandra, this is now who Lise is.
Mm-hmm.
Kills me. I'm the one who wrote it, but it kills me.
I'm going so feral.
Yeah, no, there was a lot of
over it. I need you to know that.
Yeah, I want to record a better podfic of it where I don't cry at the end. So I can publish it. I don't know if anyone ever
I think the emotion.
Yeah, but like I don't know if anyone, because I posted it in the zine server when I finished it. I don't know if anyone actually listened to it.
Mm-hmm.
When I say I started crying, I mean you can hear me sobbing as I am turning off the recording. And I don't want that to be the thing that goes on the internet. I would much rather one where, like, even if I'm sad, like, you can tell I'm sad, but, like, I'm not grossly sobbing.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah. I mean, now I'm thinking fucking... God, Merlin. Now I'm thinking about Merlin. Merlin tried so hard to save Varric. Fucked up.
I'm sad about it.
Yeah. I just had an even sadder thought about that.
People who deserved better.
True.
Pointing aggressively at Merlin.
True. Hey, you wanna know a sad thought I just had about the last, like, chunk of Act 4?
Huh?
Lise was betrayed by an authority figure one last time. Because Helia fucking killed her.
Yeah.
She looked up to Helia. She thought they were friends. This is the person, the creature that's been giving Lise her magic. She loved Helia so much.
And Helia
betrayed her. For sepulcher.
For sepulcher.
Pih. I spit on her name.
I have to admit, like, hearing about that was a plot twist that I wasn't expecting. And Ben says that he's not a good writer. Hello?
I know. Fucking Ben says he can't be good. He's not good at writing. What the fuck do you call this then?
Yeah, what do you call that then? Excuse me, sir.
Kills. Again.
Again.
Sorry, there's a very specific Tomska video I'm quoting when I do that. But I can never remember which one it is. He's like doing an intro and he's like, and I'll kill.
Yeah.
Again. So that's what I'm doing. If you hear me doing that on a stream or in a video, that's what I'm quoting. Because I watched Thomas Tomska ritual content in the year 2024. Because he's good at it. What can I say?
He's good at it. You're right.
It's true. Man, I'm staring at, like, the spreadsheet. Because I love staring at spreadsheets.
Spreadsheets are very good for the brain.
Good. Man, I'm thinking so much, too, about, like, Merlin was so excited for Lise to go to school. Like, it was partially because he knew she was gonna have a weird time, and he was, like, looking forward to teasing her about it. But you can't tell me in another world he would not have been so excited to help Lise go to college.
But, like, he was also like, you deserved to go to school. You deserve to have, like, an education. Like, I don't care what your, like, mother told you when you were growing up. You deserve, like, nice things.
Yeah.
Slamming hands on table. Education should be accessible to all. Pointing at Lise. Get educated.
And also, like, Helga and Cassandra, who both did not have a chance to go to a school at all.
Yeah.
Education should be accessible for all. God. Man, also, think about Merlin's son. Because I don't remember how old Merlin is. You know who he never really brings up, from what I can remember?
Who?
His son's other parent. Does he ever talk about them?
What?
Merlin's son's other parent.
Sorry, I think Discord, like, hate crimed you. Oh, yeah. You're right.
I'm thinking about it, like, because part of me wants to say that he was, like, but no, he wouldn't, because the part of the problem was that the Empress of Caliban had no heirs.
Mm-hmm.
And he was like a court wizard. He would have been in a higher standing, I think, if he was married to the Queen of Caliban. They didn't have an Empress, they have a queen, I think. Is Merlin a single dad? God, now think about single dad Merlin. Like, mourning his son.
Single dad Merlin.
Because, like, his son was an adult.
The only... Yeah. But there's always this... No matter how old your child gets, there's always this sentiment of, like, no parent should ever have to bury their child.
Yeah.
Like, children should not have to die.
Yeah.
Before their parent.
I don't think about Merlin and August, like, teasing Lise together. And, like, Merlin who...
Yeah.
Did get... Shit. Merlin who did get to raise his son, but did not see him but did not see him live adulthood. And August who did not get to raise his daughter, but does get to see her experience adulthood. Both being Lisa's dad.
Yeah.
And then watching her lead a war. Fuck.
I will eat the sun.
Yeah. And, like, because you can tell that Merlin is so, like, understandably so torn up by, like, how specifically his son died and the things he went through. Like, Merlin has a lot of genuine regret for what happened. And then he sees Lise, and he takes in Lise, and he's doing his best to help her. But there's nothing he can do. And then he dies protecting her.
And then he died. God, have the thought that the last thing on Merlin's mind when he dies is that at least he didn't fail this one.
And then she dies.
And he does not know. And then she dies.
And especially... Because the thing, too, right? I don't think this hit me until just now. Lise has made... Like, as much as people look to Lise as a captain, as a chaos crusader, as a dread pirate, Lise rarely makes decisions on her own. Once she has people in her corner, she turns to them for advice. She doesn't always agree with it, but she usually will, like, ask, like, Cassandra, what do you think? Merlin will frequently tell her what he thinks without her asking, but she appreciates it. Even if she thinks he's just, like, a dumb old man. Like, she clearly accepts his help on multiple occasions and, like, seems to respect his opinion.
She takes everybody's opinions into consideration before she makes her decision. Yeah. She may not agree with the things that they say.
But she thinks about it.
Or the things that they advise her to do. She may not agree with it, but she does take it into consideration.
and the thing that kills her is the first choice she has had to make alone since she left the island.
And the thing that killed... Run!
Because there is no one else in that cave with her. It is 2 against 1. She is thinking so hard about what not only will save the world, but what is important to her and her moral standing and her own principles. And she makes that choice alone, and it kills her.
I'm going to lose my mind. I'm eating the sun.
Kills me. Pull for initiative bedlam is good.
It's so good.
God, fuck, now you know who
if you're watching this, I assume that you have, like, that you are, like, in the trenches of this, like, Pull for Initiative too, but if you're not...
What the fuck are you doing here?
If you have not seen Pull for Initiative, do it right now. It is good.
It's good.
Yeah, like, one, what are you doing here? You're giving all kinds of spoilers. Two, go watch it. Go watch it. We're staring you down. Go watch it.
I'll cut out just this part of the video. Make it a short. That just says, go watch just Pull for Initiative. And then you can come watch this full video. Anyways.
I will...
Game the algorithm.
Yeah, exactly. No, we'll clip this part of the video. Make it a short. I will upload it to TikTok.
Be like, Ben, please repost Ray's TikTok. Actually, I have a TikTok. No, that's fine. I don't need people looking at my TikTok. Just be like, Ben, can you repost our TikTok, please? It's about your shit. Because you're good at writing. Haha, idiot.
Haha. Get appreciated, idiot.
True.
We're such good mods. We're such good mods.
We're great at modding. And also, like, listen.
We're great mods. We're just casually bullying. We're just casually bullying him. It's fine.
With kindness.
He's not around to defend himself.
True. And also,
we're bullying him with kindness.
It's true.
There's a difference.
And also, man. Seth is so fucking good.
We'll bully him to his face, too, so it's fine.
That's true. We have, and we will.
We have, and we will.
But also, like, because this is the thing, right? This is kind of maybe specific to me. I like listening to people talk. I adore it. I love doing voice calls because I love hearing my friends talk. It's great. Delightful. Excuse me. And so I have a lot of appreciation for, like, voice acting and role-playing.
Oh. And yeah, absolutely.
Seth is so fucking good at it. Like, I know they've come a long way. And that's so Seth fucking so cool to see. Like, at least, like, there's... I think I should be able to quote these lines without YouTube kicking my ass into the sun. I have to go find it. Because, like, Lisa's voice is so distinct. Like, not just as, like, a character voice, but, like, she had... Not to call Lisa the Forest autistic again, but she, like, you can tell when she's putting on a certain persona. Like, there is a, like, Captain Phoenix voice that she does, that Lisa does. And
very specific personas, very specific vibes.
Yeah. And there's a specific line in Hold Me Close and Closer Still, which is, but that part was quickly shushed by her mouth curling around, do your worst. That was a bad Lise impression, but there's a specific way that, like, Seth will, like, when Lise is, like, challenging somebody. Like, that's what I'm trying to imply with, like, curling. Like, there's a specific thing that Seth does with Lisa's voice when she's, like, challenging somebody. Where she almost kind of, like... She does. She kind of Lise like curls her voice a little bit. It's very specific. I cannot read an excerpt from my other fic because the whole thing is just kind of out the gate horny.
Yeah.
By the nature of that fic, it is kind of out the gate horny. YouTube, don't kill me.
Kind of. It is very.
It's out the but that's because of the.
But it's fine.
Yeah, that's also like. To be fair, Hold Me Close. Part of the whole plot line is that it's not immediately out the gate. They have to like ramp up to it. That one. The whole point of it is exploring that space, so to speak. God, I'm gonna eat my microphone. Yeah. So I also just remembered the Harvest Festival, because I'm pretty sure I wrote down at some point that Cassandra was like the one who was like, we should go to the Harvest Festival.
The Harvest
together.
Festival. Sometimes I remember the pumpkin.
Yeah.
And I just released the deepest sigh I have ever made in my life. Yeah. When I remember Ben's voice for the pumpkin.
Oh, so I just remembered that Lise cut off a man's head. That was cool as hell. That's nothing to do with anything, but it was cool.
Lise cut off what?
Lockjaw's head.
Hey Discord, can you stop like censoring Opal, please?
I just want to talk about Lise killing a man. She's allowed.
Lise killed a man. She's allowed.
Fun. God, you want another whammy from the proposal scene?
Mm-hmm.
I think all this time, all I've ever wanted was you.
Emotional damage tonight, huh?
Mm-hmm. God,
emotional damage in this household. We're experiencing emotions, feelings, thoughts.
Goddamn, so many of them even.
Gayness, gay people real.
Gay people are real. And
so many of them. Gay people are real.
I wish I could draw gay people better.
They're out there. They may be even in your local Poll for Initiative streams.
They're there a lot, actually.
Watch it out. They're there.
It's right there.
It's right there.
You know what? I want to like. You know what's something I want to like really dig my teeth into when I get a little bit further on in my re-listen? Bedlam and Lisa's friendship. Because it takes a while to get there. I can't remember. I swear. I know I said this to somebody, and it might have been you. But like, the fact that
it might have been me.
Like, there's a thing that happens with Lisa and Bedlam, where he appears a lot more towards the beginning of the series, because the beginning of the series is a little bit more classic adventure-y, and there's room for a silly little man to pop in and out.
Mm-hmm.
And it's that point where Lisa's like, oh my god, you're so annoying. Leave me alone. But as they slowly kind of get to know each other, and Lise, like, Bedlam starts to get more serious, because I feel like he gets more serious. Like, as time goes on, like, as he starts to, like, really see what's happening, like, he starts to get, maybe not entirely serious, because he's still Bedlam, but, like, he's been disconnected from the gravity of what this shit means, and then being with Lise, who was willing to tell him to his face, you're
because he's only connected to the people doing the doing the thing, and now he is connected to somebody who's experiencing the other side of it. And I think it kind of hits Bedlam as he's like watching from Lisa's perspective everything that is happening, and he is thinking like, wow.
Yeah.
Because, like, he stated a long time ago, very early on, that he didn't like the Oran Empire. Like, he didn't like the people that have his brand, the people that he is tied to. Yes. Thank you. I could not remember. Yeah. I could not remember the name.
Yeah,
but and so I think that him being able to see somebody else's perspective kind of really cemented in Bedlam's like mind that, like, if I didn't like these people before, I definitely don't now. Because for all that Bedlam is about chaos and making decision, like, free will for the sake of, like, free will and chaos or whatever, he does genuinely care about Lise.
Yeah. And I think that's, like, part of it, too, is, like, at first, like, he hasn't had to take it seriously for so long.
Mm-hmm.
And I also think, too...
Because he's disconnected.
Yeah. And also, so many of the people he is connected to worship him like a god. Lise is willing to talk to him like a person. Yes, an annoying person, but she's willing to, like, call him on his shit and ask him what's up with him and yell at him when he pulls the, like, castle bullshit. And, like, is willing to
yell,
acknowledge him like a person instead of like a deity.
Like, yeah, or like emotionally, like, treat him the way that everybody had, like, with the shut up Bedlam, and the way that Lise was immediately like, hey, don't talk to him that way. The fuck? Only I can bully Bedlam.
Yeah.
You know?
And I
can't remember who.
It was probably Varric
said it, but it was the where somebody was like, oh, Bedlam. It was probably Varric, I think it was Varric, where he was like, shut up, Bedlam.
Yeah.
Or like, nobody wants to hear your nonsense, Bedlam. And Lise was like, excuse me? You can't talk to him like that.
Yeah. And also, because he did spend...
Despite the fact that Lise also talks to him like that, but in a way that is not, like, mean.
Yeah. She's saying it because he's being ridiculous. Varric is saying it because he genuinely does not give a shit that Bedlam is there.
Yeah. Lise says it because shoots himself out of a cannon, or turns himself into an alligator, for the fun of it. And then Lise is like, oh my god, go away, Bedlam, stop. What are you doing? I feel like I'm going insane because I'm the only person who is able to see this.
Yeah.
And commenting on it. Versus Varric, who just, or, you know, the person possessing Varric, who just genuinely does not care that that is like using Bedlam for his power and influence, for better or worse, whatever that means. Versus like Lise, who was just like, Bedlam, I'm going to beat you with a pillow, like you, the way that you would talk to a friend versus the way that you would talk to somebody you just genuinely cannot stand.
Yeah. And I think especially too, because he also has to spend 5 years without Lise. And I think that's something that we haven't really talked about, like, as a fandom before, which is that Bedlam also spent 5 years without Lise. And he's immortal.
Bedlam also spent 5 years without Lise.
Yeah, but he had gotten so used to... you know what it is? Bedlam almost seemed to find his own kind of safety in Lise. Not the same way as everyone else is finding a community, but like everyone else he can talk to on this entire planet is mean to him and or treats him like a deity, and or is trying to bring about the end of the world, which he is very explicitly against. And so Lise is the only person who is trying to save the world the way she wants to save it, and is willing to talk to him like he's a person. For the first time in who knows how long. And then she disappears for 5 years.
And then she disappears for 5 years. And yeah, as an over deity, like, what is time? But 5 years is a lot of time to spend in isolation.
Yeah.
With people who don't treat you like a person. More so like the way a captor would treat a captive, or the way that someone would talk to a god. And I feel neither of those is very makes for a very healthy relationship or conversation. And I don't think it's ever really been established what exactly Vile and Smile are.
They definitely can't talk, though.
But they're not, like... They can't talk. They're not like people. For all we know, Smile and Vile, being in the same lane as Bedlam, are just beings that Bedlam created to have some form of contact with somebody else, with another being. And so, I think we don't talk about the fact that Bedlam spent 5 years without the first person to treat him like an actual person, like an actual being with like feelings and thoughts and opinions. So, a long time.
Yeah. You know what I just remembered?
What?
The Act 5 intro is going to be from Bedlam's perspective.
Yep.
And apparently upon hearing it, I have not actually seen this stream yet. It was one of the ones I was not there for. I think I was asleep during the beginning part of it. Or maybe I had like gone to eat dinner or something. I don't remember. I just know Lex messaged me about it. That upon hearing it, Riley also asked if Bedlam needed therapy. I'm gonna need therapy after it's time.
I'm gonna need therapy. I'm thinking, I just remembered the video. It was after home for the holidays, TFR, where Chris like consumed a whole lot of I don't remember Twitch guidelines, or not Twitch.
YouTube
guidelines on this. So consumed a lot of things that are not thank you. Like YouTube guidelines on this, but when Chris did the thing that Christian does, and he's like, I'm gonna need therapy. That is how I feel like we're going to respond. Not the not flower, but the I'm gonna need therapy.
I think you can say cocaine on YouTube.
I think you can say cocaine on YouTube.
I'm gonna find
it's
that
kind
now.
of like up in the air on Twitch though. Just the oh, I'm gonna need therapy.
Oh,
that is how we are going to respond.
Someone else made a Riftel playlist that's like 15. What the fuck? Sorry, I went to go find.
Who made a Riftel playlist?
That's not me. Wait, okay. So this playlist was last updated July of 2021. It's 15 videos long. I know why it was updated in July of 2021.
Oh, I think, was it Jay?
No.
Was it Jay or Danny?
It's someone I don't recognize the name.
No?
But it's Pun Noir, Pun Noir 2, Pun Noir 3. This is a complete tangent. Sitcom Sickness, okay, the sitcom series, RPD Radio Chatter, Home for the Holidays, Everything is Normal, Ask a Cop Technically, When in danger, clarity with clairvoyance, and welcome to Riftdale, and nothing else. I think it might have been updated in July of 2021 because I think that's when the intercepted videos went missing. Anyways, I was gonna find Christian.
Intercept. Oh yes, I lose my mind when I think about those.
Yeah, that's a different video that I will also record at some point.
This is that's a different video. This is a PFI video. We keep getting off track, but
No, let me play. I just want to play the woo!
One day we'll do a TFR video, and it'll be like 10 hours long.
Yeah, probably. I think. Is this where it is?
That does not seem ideal. Anyway, I'm going to go look for Coke now.
You won't be able to see it, right? I'm sorry.
I think it was sometime after Home for the Holidays. Like, it's okay.
Whoa! I'm gonna need therapy!
I can always...
It was right after the credits. It was like It was a mid-credit scene.
Ah.
Christian loves being in end-credit scenes, doesn't he? That sounded weird. Anyways, back to Pulford.
He's very good at it.
Yeah.
He's very good at it.
I'm gonna need therapy. God, now I'm thinking. You know what I need to go rewatch? Besides all of Pulford Initiative. Is specifically the scene with the trial in Tianlin room. Because I feel like that will feed a lot of my feelings about Lisa and her mom. Because I feel like her mom said some mean-ass shit in that.
Oh, yeah.
Weren't they gonna put Lise to death?
I know her mom has... Huh?
Excuse me. Weren't they gonna put Lise to death?
They were, and then Lisa's cousin, the queen's daughter, spoke up for her and was like, no, exile.
Which, to be fair...
If you put Lise to death, I, personally, will riot.
That's right. Because that was, like, the one and only time an elf has ever stood up for Lise. God damn.
POV, your Lise, and then you find out that the cousin that you thought barely tolerated you was like, no, this is my best friend. If you put my best friend to death, I will riot. And you're just like, thanks.
I guess we all had shitty parents. Man, I need to re-listen to that whole scene. That was a good fucking... Like, I'm so...
It was so good. It was the, like, Lise realizing that somebody in Tialenrune cared about her. And it was the cousin that she had assumed was... not great.
Yeah. But I mean, like, that also, like... That's such a real thing that happens, though. Where, like, especially if you have, like... siblings in, like, a bad parental or, like... You know, in real life, like, cousins who both have abusive parents. And, like... those parental figures wanting you to feel isolated and alone... and prevent you from forming bonds that, like, could help you realize, like, hey, it's kind of fucked up that they do that.
Mm-hmm.
And so, like, isolating them from each other and, like, making Lise think that, like, she doesn't have anybody in her whole family who would go to bat for her. When the reality is she did, but not quite.
The relationship reminds me a lot of, like, Lisa's mother is a good, quote, good, like, person to everybody but Lise. Like, a good, like, I guess...
She's a good citizen.
Authority figure to other children, but not Lise.
Yeah.
And sort of, at least in like reference to Lisa's mother, I forgot what Lisa's cousin's name was.
I don't remember.
But I feel like it is a very golden child versus scapegoat situation, where Lisa's constantly being compared to her cousin. Why can't you be more like her? Why can't you, be like obedient or normal? Or I wish like
not autistic.
I had a child who was more like this versus the autistic. Yes. It's the vibe.
Yeah. God damn.
And with a lot of like golden child versus scapegoat kind of children, it's there's a lot of like resentment there, and you can't find comfort in the other because you're both treated so like drastically different that you don't really realize that that person might be on your side. Yeah. That they might like go to bat for you.
Well, because also I feel like you hear too with like when you have like golden child and scapegoat, part of the inherent threat of being a golden child is you could at any point become a scapegoat. Because I feel like that's kind of what I think she's a princess, what like her mom's probably did at least a little bit of, is like, you are for now our golden princess, literally, but kind of in the same way that like Lisa's mom kept trying to hook her up with a bunch of like noble dudes, like that status can be traded away, and they do not want her to trade that away because it not only means that they, as royal parents, have quote-unquote failed, not really, but from their perspective, but also they would lose some of their claim of legitimacy, because if their princess, who appears to be the only princess, loses her status, that's minimum another 100 years until you have a proper heir, and that's assuming they can just have another kid. And so if you leave, like, kind of like, when you hear about, like, child actors, and how a lot of times they have to put up with horrible things because their families are now dependent on them financially. I feel like if you were the heir to a very powerful empire, someone saying, you can't fuck up because if you do, civilization will collapse?
That's a lot of pressure to put on a child.
Yeah. Especially if you have 100 years to do it. Because that's the other thing, too. Like, they would have had to have been drastically different ages to be at a point where they could have been playmates at one point. And so, like, the princess has been in this mindset and in this society for so long that even if it's the same amount of time developmentally, chronologically, that's a long time to be, like, under the thumb of this specific kind of person. Fucked up, honestly.
We're in.
Yeah.
So I'm going to eat the sun.
Yeah. Oh god, I just realized Ben is streaming in like 20 minutes. Fuck.
Oh yeah, and I still have to go get dinner.
I don't want to stop, but I also know that like shit has to happen.
Part 2?
Probably a part 2.
In the future?
Probably. Ooh, you know how we can round this out really quick? So I can put a timestamp here. Riley, you were looking for an act-by-act recap.
Yeah.
So you know what's happening. And I want to see if I can remember.
Hey, another thing to look forward to.
No, I want to do it now. I want to see if we can close out on that.
Ah.
I just want to see if I can do it now. End on a high note.
Yeah, we could do that.
rather than ending it on the cycles of abuse. Because I'm trying to remember, because Bedlam's brand
Yeah,
is...
let's find something positive to talk about instead of the cycles of abuse.
Because I think Bedlam's brand is Lise burns her house down, runs away, Feather happens, Quinn dies. Set Sail is they leave T. Ellen room, she meets Cassandra, Kraken attack, they get to No Man's Land.
Kraken attack?
Yeah. Scurvy Sammy is they're looking for repairs, they go get Lexi, they go get drunk as hell. Lise bullies a man. Girlfriend is when
Lise bullies a man.
Lise bullies a man. She and Lise and Cassandra get together. They're off. They get to Caliban. They're exploring Shantytown. That's the last episode I've listened to. So from that point forward, I'm going entirely off of memory. Mistwalkers?
Is it Act 1 or Act 2 in which we get our first PFI? Our first PFI sea shanty.
It's Act 1. Because that's
where Cass sings No Man's Land with the sea shanty. I remember
that one is so cool to listen to, honestly.
We have a clip of it somewhere. I've been singing it in a different stream because we all begged him to, and he was like, okay. It was during the Life is Strange video or stream. And we clipped it and it exists somewhere. Don't ask me where.
I found it. I just searched.
Don't ask me when.
I just searched shanty. I'll put it on for the video.
All right. Way hey, oh, lay no man's hand on no man's land. Way hey, oh, yes, no man's hand on no man's land.
But that has been in my vocabulary for a while now, and it will never leave.
Huh? I missed the first part of your sentence.
I said I don't know why. Oops, sorry. I don't know why or when. Huzzah has entered my vocabulary, but it won't leave.
That's fine.
No sovereigns of Caliban here.
It was 3 years ago.
Near, so away they steer away.
This clip was 3 years ago.
Away, hey, oh, lay no man's hand on no man's land. Away.
Time doesn't exist.
Away, hey, oh, lay no man's hand on no man's land. All right.
God, I'm gonna start doing that while I'm cooking. I'm just being like fucking cooking, just hey, where the no man's hand on no man's land. I think. Oh, I just realized it'll show me the description if I click on the links. I'm a genius. I think maybe. Can I be a genius, please? I literally just saw it. I saw. Okay. It's not showing me the Mistwalker. I still think about the Devils. Just kind of general overview, not episode by episode. Because there's Mistwalkers, Lise learns about the prophecy, they get to Heaven's Cradle, they meet the Umbra Arbiters, they get their first job, they go to Dustport, they get the Phoenix Feather out of the tree. Then they have the Harvest Festival, but the Harvest Festival is interrupted by Bedlam taking over the castle, during which the Queen is killed, as is the Captain of the Guard. Oliver appears, I think, somewhere in between.
And this is when Oliver develops their no sleep ever patterns.
Oh god, poor Oliver. And then they have to go...
Poor Oliver.
Yeah, literally. That's right, because then they go find Robin. They do a bank heist to get Robin to come back. They discover that the Templars are doing some bullshit.
We're now officially in Act 2.
Yeah. Yeah, Act 2 has searching for Robin, bank heist. The Templars are up to something. Lise kills Lockjaw, takes over the Shifting Tempest, becomes the Sea Banshee. They go. Oh, that's right.
We befriend Soft Taco, Crunchwrap Supreme.
Yes, and then we befriend Helia. They go to college to try to get a hold of the feather. Lise finds out she's immortal while they're in the worm. God, a lot happened in that worm.
The worm.
Then I think it's that they, if I remember correctly.
Oh my god, Lise honks.
God, Lise honks the horn. That was a great moment. Clown curses your priest, real.
Lise honks the horn. We get clown cursed because Lise honked the horn.
Yeah.
Yep.
She goes in disguise as Crymilla. I forget why. I know she needs to get into Crymilla's vault, but I can't remember the specifics of why she needs to go to the vault. It might have been for another feather? It might have been because they had intel. I can't remember off the top of my head. They're frozen in the temple.
What was it?
If you remember, please tell me.
They're frozen in the temple.
Yeah. And then, finally, Oliver, Foxblood, and crew find them, wake them up. They find out it's been 5 years, and that Orin has taken over a good chunk of the world. But there is a rebellion.
The Orin have channeled the future British.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No, you're good. No, you're so right, though. Oh, that's right. She gets, they find August, and then they need to sneak into Orin, because Lise starts having train dreams. They get on the train, they solve the murder mystery that was about heterosexuality the whole time.
I'm still so upset that we forgot that straight people existed and didn't consider that as being a motive.
Yeah, we forgot. They fight their way off the train.
We forgot.
Yeah. They end up in Orin. They break... That's right. They go... I can't remember the specifics, but I know they go to Orin. They go to the... the ball. Gather some info. Break into jail. People die. Or no, maybe they don't find out about... Never mind. They find August later. They find August after jailbreak. That's why they find out about the Valiver.
Oh yeah, that's right. August doesn't come until jailbreak. The Valiver.
God, the Valiver fucked up. We didn't even talk about the Valiver. That's for next time. Yeah, she reunites with August. Lise almost suffocates herself
I feel like
because
the
she's
Valiver
crying.
is its own video.
I could, honestly, I fucking probably could write a whole goddamn essay on the Valiver. That's right. The Shifting Tempest eats the Fortune Empress. That's a thing it did.
Huzzah!
Huzzah! And then in the process of escaping... Oh, that's right, because they were like, okay, we'll have the Shifting Tempest take a bite out of the Fortune Empress to help us in the fight. And then the Shifting Tempest went fucking feral and ate the whole thing. And they were like, fuck, we gotta get off this boat.
Yeah, and then it became... the Shifting Tempest
Can fly now.
went very feral and became... It can fly now. It became purple. It glows.
Yeah. And then Lise explodes.
And we're like,
Yeah.
Lise explodes.
We end up after... Yeah.
Interjecting here real quick to say the scene of... I think Lux redrew that scene where Lise went like... No, that was a different scene, I think.
Lux drew the one where the sky was exploding. Remember there was a
Sure, the one where the sky exploded, not where Lise exploded.
Yeah. Related, but different.
Related, but different.
That's right, because then they end up having to go into the caves for reasons I cannot remember. But there's cave bunnies there. And we all went to hell. They find out that Foxblood...
I think a feather. I think the cave bunny was... Yeah, and we all went to hell.
We all went to hell. We find out that... think there's a delay. I'm gonna really quick leave
that
and pop back in.
But is something. Okay.
Sorry, I kept like, I kept accidentally talking over you because of the delay. Foxbud. Foxbud is a magic boy. He's always been a magic boy, but he's a special magic boy now.
He's a special magic boy.
He's the best magic boy.
The best boy. We find out that specifically Foxbud is Fenrir.
No, sorry, I just realized one of my links is broken. Anyways, yes, he's Fenrir.
Oh no. He's Fenrir, and he is the one that bit off Tyr the God's hand.
Which is very punk rock of him. And then they go on a
very
beach
punk
vacation.
rock of him.
They go on a beach vacation, and then Lise has to go to God. Oh my god, we almost forgot about
beach
the part
episode.
We almost forgot to mention the part where Lise killed a god. I forget what that was. Oh no. Lise killed Tyr the god. We totally glossed over the fact that Lise killed Tyr the god.
No, that's...
No, yeah, because
at the church, the Grand Tyrian Cathedral.
Oh, you're
right.
right.
After the beach episode is when Lise killed a god.
Oh, I could have sworn she went to... Oh no, that's right. It was post.
We didn't gloss over it. We just hadn't gotten there yet.
I remembered it was after a trial, but I forgot it was after the Tiellenrune trial, not the.
Because the God trial was for killing God.
That's right. Oh, I've done it. Okay. I'll fix it later. Yeah. Grand Tyrian Cathedral. They kill Tyr the God. Divine intervention is when they actually do that. Oh, that's right. Because wasn't it like... There was the guy from the train who was part of the rebellion who accused Commander Nightlight of not being legitimate, wasn't it? Or being like a heretic?
Yeah, he accused Commander Nightlight of committing heresy.
And then he
died. He died for
Whoops.
it, but he was like, "You have summoned a devil," and everyone's like, "Gasp!"
And then she killed him. And
then Nightlight was like, "I guess I'll just kill you," and then she killed him. And then he died for it.
He did die for it.
In chat for the spy. He did his best.
It wasn't very good.
He died for it, but like honestly, he knew it was gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh, I forgot the hedges too. Okay. Yeah, because then God Court happens. Then they
God Court. Asmodeus, Ace Attorney.
I need to read the description of this one because now I'm trying to remember.
Fantasy Markiplier.
Fantasy Markiplier was there. Please let me pause. I don't... Okay. Oh god, this is when Sepulchre shows up. I think. Yep. Yeah. And then they find out Varric is possessed. Merlin dies. Varric gets a little bit unpossessed and is like, I think my only chance at repentance is to kill myself strategically. And everyone's like, yeah, that's probably a good idea. And then...
Yeah.
There's a fight
we can't unpossess you.
Yeah.
It might be better,
because he's gonna poison himself.
For you as a person, instead of having... Yeah.
Yeah, because this is like he's gonna poison himself when Sepulchre, so that when they kill Sepulchre and she enters his body, she will die with him. Instead of having a chance to jump to a new body. They've got that plan in place. And then they're fighting the Emperor. If I remember correctly, a portal opens. Oh, because back in Tiellenrune, they find out that there's 2 tools that will end the world. And one of them is missing. And Lise ends up fighting the primordial dragon who has been protecting it. He dies. Helia and Sepulchre confront Lise, who says, I'm not giving this to you. Lise dies. And that was Act 4.
And that was Act 4.
And now it's been almost exactly
so
a
that was
year.
our speed run of Pull for Initiative.
Pull for Initiative speed run. Yeah, and the last episode was posted on YouTube May 14th of 2023, and it's currently April 8th of 2024. And we're probably not getting PFI back for at least a little bit longer. But that's okay. We are very patient.
But that's okay.
It's been like 2 years since we had a TFR episode. We're a very patient bunch. But yeah.
We're very patient. We know how to wait for...
It's true. But yeah, Ben is gonna go live.
We're not rabid.
We're not. Well, okay, we are, but we're patiently rabid. We do it in our own time.
We are patiently rabid. We're not like rabid derogatory. We're just... Yep.
Yeah. But yeah, Ben is gonna go live in like 3 minutes. So, right, I do want to do a part 2, because I feel like there's so much more we could talk about. But I'll coordinate. And also we'll coordinate that and also listen to some more PFI in the meantime. I highly recommend re-listening to PFI from the beginning. It's very fun. But in the meantime, thank you for joining me.
I'm going to do that very soon. But not within the next 3 minutes, but thank you for having me.
Yeah. Ben has gone live. He has posted the link. Our timing is perfect. I'm gonna...
Woohoo!
Yeah, thanks for joining me. I know you also need to eat dinner, so I'm gonna hang up so
2
you can
minutes
go
early.
eat. And I'm gonna do a fun little outro.
Yeah.
But you don't have to be here for the little outro.
All right.
That's a YouTube thing. So thank you, Ray, for joining me, and I'll see you next time.
Thanks for having me. I had fun.
Hell yeah.
See ya.
Bye. Alright. Oh, fuck. I just realized you could still see that. Luckily, that was just me and Ray's DMs. I moved a bunch of shit around without thinking about it. Anyways, so yes, as I said, thank you for listening. This video is over 4 hours long. So if you're here, I'm assuming that you are a friend of ours and or someone who has listened to Pull for Initiative. And for that, I thank you very dearly. I hope you have a wonderful day, and I will see you next time. Bye!